It's 6:40 p.m. on the East Coast, and the lights are on at Veterans Field. Today, Chatham hosts Hyannis, one of the best teams in the Cape Cod Baseball League, right here at Veterans Field. Alongside Ian Unsworth, I'm Joe Puccio. Thanks for joining us here on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. Ian, yesterday was strange. Game ended in the bottom of the sixth inning against Wareham over at Spillane Field because of a partial power outage. That was incredible.
The lights were not on yesterday. The first time anyone's ever seen something like this. Not Tom Holliday, not Cooper Ingle, not Caden Grice, not Rusty Greer, not Dan Duva, our media consultant, not anyone in the 20-year history of the Cape Cod Baseball Network has experienced a game end because of light fixture failure. 34 bulbs around Spillane Field either were partially on or were not on at all. By the time we got to the bottom of the sixth, home plate umpire Tim Carey could not see the baseball. Tom Holliday went up to him and was like, hey, what's going on here? Tim Carey said, I'm missing pitches. So after that, Tom just said, hey, man, it's not worth it. Call the game. And there we went. Everybody was confused, Wareham and Chatham players alike.
Yeah, we got home at quite a reasonable hour last night. Had some dinner, able to come home to Chatham, and my car broke down by the press box. That's a completely different story. But anyways, we'll get to that full conversation with Tom Holliday on the Manager Show. I asked him, what was the thought process going into the late stages of that ball game? We had a nice conversation at that. And we also talk about some of the player movements, some new faces coming in, some current faces leaving, and what is Chatham looking like here with just a few weeks left in the regular season. Chatham comes in today's game with 19 points. Last place in the East, last place in the Cape Cod League. Hyannis with 32 points, 2 points away from the West Division lead. A's and Harbor Hawks. Anglers Extra Pregame Show continues.
Sports Radio, play-by-play. Go A's! Chatham on GRC.
Chatham Bars Inn is Cape Cod's premier four-diamond oceanfront resort. With 217 luxurious rooms, guests have access to numerous amenities, including a private beach, complimentary children's programs, 4 award-winning restaurants, a new world-class spa, an outdoor pool, and tennis courts. Year after year, Chatham Bars Inn is recognized as one of the top resorts in the world. Chatham Bars Inn and Cape Cod Baseball. Summer fun for the whole family.
We're back on the Anglers Extra Pregame Show. Chatham takes on Hyannis today at Veterans Field following a partial power outage over in Wareham yesterday. I'm Joe Puccio, here with Chatham manager Tom Holliday on the Manager Show. Tom, walk me through the conversations you had yesterday with the umpires over in Wareham.
I just had one conversation, and quite honestly, I was in the middle of changing glasses from trying to figure out whether it was going to get any brighter than what it was. And, you know, I had no idea that we weren't going to get any more lights. I thought they were just coming on. Instead, they had just stopped at 1/3 of their voltage. And it was dark. I mean, it was hard to see, but I mean, that's not the brightest place in the world anyway. So, you know, the bottom line was when the umpire asked me, I said, well, I don't know. Are we not getting any more lights than what you got? And he said, no. I said, well, it's dark out here. And he goes, yeah. And he goes, I'm back here missing pitches because I'm not seeing the spin. And he goes, he said, we're not playing another inning. So it's either I bang it now or you have to get them out in the bottom. And I said, you're the umpire. It's your call, you know. And as far as I'm concerned, if you can't see, we should have never played last inning, and we should have never started this game when we did, knowing we could only play 5 innings. Well, he doesn't have any control of that. That was a mistake on their coach's issue there, not knowing his own lighting system. And then when it's over, the conversation I had was I was informed that they've been having trouble with their lights, and that the wind was blowing all day, and they only had 1/3 of their voltage. So, you know, whoever's fault it was, I don't know, and I don't care. All I know is that's a long way to go to play 5 innings.
Did that change your mindset at all, managing?
Yeah, it pissed me off. I mean, that's a bad thing. That's lack of responsibility is what that is. And, you know, those are good people down there at Wareham, but somebody should have been on top of that. We should have started that game an hour earlier is what we should have done. And this is just a league. It's not like the National League or the American League. I mean, if they'd have told us that the lights are bad, the day after a day off, I mean, we could have gone down there any time yesterday and played that game, but we have to keep the schedule as it is, and it cost us, again, another beautiful tie.
Yesterday on the Manager Show, you talked about your team playing a new style of baseball. What is that style?
Well, it's a little bit more the heck with them showing their skills. Now it's about trying to win a game, and if somebody needs to lay down a bunt to move a runner, then we're going to put it on. If we have to play hit and run, and somebody's another one of those moon crashers that we have, and he has to make contact, and he doesn't do it, then he'll have to look his teammates in the face and say, hey, I'm sorry, I can't put the ball in play to be a hit and run guy. So we're basically going to play the game the way it's supposed to. Not like we've been taking weeks off. This has been more of a go out there and show us what you can do. Well, we had a couple rough weeks. We didn't know what we could do. And so now we got some guys starting to find the barrel a little bit, and we can play the game a little bit more. And we did that. We just should have never stopped last night. We had that guy on the ropes. We should have buried that starter last night. And instead, we only scored 4. Then Nick has his first bad inning of the summer, and we're back into a tie. And it was pretty ugly when it was stopped.
Matt Hogan's been dealing with an oblique injury over the last couple of days. What have you seen from his recovery, and do you think we'll be seeing him more in the starting lineup?
His oblique's been more than 2 days. It's been about almost 10 days. And so I didn't use him for a while, trying to get him healthy. And then, quite frankly, it's like you only get better so fast with an oblique. And he's now able to swing the bat. He wasn't able to swing for a while there. So we just let him run and bunt and stuff like that. Well, now he's feeling better, and he jarred one pretty good last night. When he's healthy, he's a really good baseball player, and he's a guy that I need because I really need his speed. So he's going to play again tonight.
And he laid down a sack bunt yesterday. That must have been nice for you, right?
Well, anybody that can bunt and contribute to winning baseball is a factor, and it has really shrunk. We had 16 position guys, of which I used every one of them, and some of them have played their way into the dugout, and some of them have played their way on the field. And that's the way it's going to be. We got 2 weeks to climb into this thing. If we don't, then we're out of it. So it's a little bit more foot on the pedal.
Next 2 weeks should be fun, Tom. Thanks for the time.
You bet.
That's Tom Holliday on the Manager Show. A's and Harbor Hawks coming up at 7 p.m. here at Veterans Field. Let's send things up to Ian Unsworth as the Anglers Extra pregame show rolls on.
Joe, Tom Holliday certainly wasn't pleased with the power outage yesterday in Hyannis. At the end of your interview, he mentions guys playing their way on the field and some playing their way into the dugout. Well, Cooper Ingle, as his time in Chatham is continuing, hasn't been able to get on the field because of a strained UCL, but he's continued to be one of Chatham's best hitters for the entirety of the season. He leads the team in walks and on-base percentage. I caught up with him and Catch of the Day, which is coming up next after the break.
Anglers Extra. Chatham on TRC. Cape Cod.
Year after year, Cape Cod League Baseball and Chatham Bars Inn have been synonymous with summer on Cape Cod. The Inn has offered clam bakes, beachside barbecues, and oceanfront dining since 1914. The Beach House restaurant at Chatham Bars Inn is open daily for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Visit Chatham Bars Inn at chathambarsin.com. Chatham Bars Inn and Cape Cod Baseball. Summer fun for the whole family.
The Anglers Extra pregame show continues from Veterans Field. After a wacky lighting cancellation yesterday in Wareham, Chatham's back at home. It's time for Catch of the Day before a contest against Hyannis, Ian Unsworth, with Chatham DH Cooper Ingle. Cooper, have you ever had a game canceled on you because of lighting?
No, definitely not. Definitely not.
What's the weirdest cancellation you've
Never been canceled due to that. I've heard here before they've had fog outs and stuff like that, so I think that'd be interesting to be a part of for sure.
Back in your travel ball days, high school days, you never had problems with hail, sleet, snow, any wacky weather?
Actually, yeah, I do remember one time, I think my freshman year of high school, we had a hail out. It was because we start our season in North Carolina middle of February, early February. Yeah, I think it was pretty cold. We had a hail out one game, so
We got beautiful weather today at Veterans Field. It's nice in the 70s, and I think the lights work, so we should be all set today. But overall, yesterday the offense got early, and Rusty Greer's come in and made some changes. You guys
helped all of our swings a lot. Just the approach standpoint of stuff, just swinging at good pitches in the zone, and really finding out individually what's your best swing and what's your best approach to the game and stuff like that.
Your approach has been lights out. You lead the team in walks, OBP close to 450. What are you thinking when you step in the batter's box?
For me, just getting good pitches to hit and not missing them. That's the name of the game. You want to hit balls hard. Can't really control where you hit the ball, but hit it hard and get on base for the other teammates. So you're
also dealing with recovery from a UCL sprain, which you suffered during your Clemson season. Has not been being able to play.
I wouldn't say it's affected anything hitting-wise other than mentally. I think mentally there's some aspects to DHing that you can tackle in the dugout and off the field because you have a lot more time to go over at bats and analytics and stuff like that, and I enjoy doing that. So,
in between innings, when your team's out the field, what are you talking about with Rusty Greer or Tom Holliday about your at-bats?
Just picking their brain because they've been around the game a long time and they've done it at the highest level and coached there and played there. Just seeing what they can see in me and things that I can improve upon to ultimately help me get to that level. So,
your teammate Caden Grice, in an article that recently went up on our website, chathamangler.com, called you a pet.
Yeah, to a certain extent. Yeah, I love Caden. That's my boy. I try to be a tough out every time I get up there, and I want to be someone that the pitcher hates facing. I want him to throw a lot of pitches to me, and I just want to barrel balls off of him.
Pitchers might hate you, but I think the Chatham coaching staff hates you for a different reason. Randy Whistler today bemoaned Cooper's music selection made its debut over the Chatham speakers. The batting practice playlist.
Basically a bunch of EDM music. That's pretty much it. And there's about 6.5 hours worth, so we got plenty more to go.
What's the reason for the EDM, and how does it get you pumped up?
Well, that all started at Clemson this past year. We played country a lot my freshman year, and we play rap here and there to mix in with the EDM, but the EDM, I just think it brings the best vibes and relaxed at the same time, but also, brings energy if your team doesn't have energy that day.
He's been relaxed, played, and hopefully his music brings. Thanks for coming,
me.
The A's and Hawks get soon. We'll go back to Joe Puccio for the rest of the Anglers Extra pregame show.
6.5 hours of EDM music. Relaxes Cooper Ingle? That's kind of crazy. I don't know if that would be me. I know a lot of hockey teams use EDM playlists to warm them up. But anyways, it makes Cooper Ingle hyped up, and he's batting fourth today as Chatham's designated hitter. Starting lineups, pitching matchup, and more coming up here on the Anglers Extra pregame show. A's and Harbor Hawks, first pitch at 7 p.m.
Anglers Extra. Chatham on TIC. Cape Cod.
As a proud sponsor of the Cape Cod Baseball League, the Mass State Lottery is celebrating the games we love playing. From the baseball diamond to the many lottery games that help support all 351 cities and towns across the Commonwealth. So here's to 50 years of winning and 50 more. Celebrating 20 seasons on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. Chatham A's baseball is on the air right now.
Swings and hits one to left center field. Back goes McFadden. He will not get there. It's a home run. A grand slam for Todd Frazier.
Chugging into second base with an RBI double is Evan Longoria. He is 4 for 4.
Hit on the ground, left side. Will it get through? Off Crawford and into center field. Federovic scores and Chatham wins it in 11. The game-winning hit from Seager. It's a 5-4 Chatham winner.
And now, with your play-by-play, Joe Puccio and Ian Unsworth.
Hyannis and Chatham here at Veterans Field, the final game of the season between the Anglers and Harbor Hawks right here on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. With Ian Unsworth, I'm Joe Puccio. let's quickly run through today's starting lineups presented by the Chatham Squire. Starting off for Hyannis, leading off the third baseman from Michigan State, Mitch Jebb. Batting second and playing second from Mount Hood Community College, Riku Nishida. Batting third, the first baseman, Nolan Shanua. Batting fourth, center fielder from Louisiana Tech, Cole McConnell. Batting fifth out in left field from Michigan, Tito Flores. Batting sixth, the shortstop from Miami of Florida, Dominic Patelli. Also a Hurricane. Behind the plate, Jorge Corona. He's batting seventh. Batting eighth is Rocco Pepe, the DH from Long Beach State. And batting ninth, the Northeastern right fielder, Michael Sirota. Ian, Chatham's lineup.
Starts off with Guy Garibay. He's in left field from Rice. Marcus Brown and Rock Riggio hitting second and third. Both Oklahoma State Cowboys playing up the middle infield. Brown at short, Riggio at second. Cooper Ingle hits cleanup. He's the designated hitter from Clemson. Caden Grice, also from Clemson, hits fifth. He's in right field. Noah Ledford hits sixth. He's a switch hitting first baseman from Georgia Southern. Johnny Castanyazi hits seventh. He's at third base from UNC. Matt Hogan, the 8-hole hitter in center field from South Carolina. And Jack Rubenstein rounds out the order, the Georgia Tech Yellow Jacket behind the plate.
We would get to the Red Nun Bar and Grill pitching matchup, but it's time for the national anthem here at Veterans Field. Let's send things over to Veterans Field PA announcer Peter Burns.
Please rise for tonight's national anthem. And singing the national anthem for you tonight, back for the first time since pre-COVID times, are the three members of Chatham's Cobb family. Cobbs have been in Chatham for more than 90 years after Sam Cobb, Chatham's first athletic director, bought a home here in 1931. Jay Stahl has resided here year-round since the early 90s. Son J.C. lives in Yarmouth with his family, and daughter Nan Sullen, whose son Kendall hopes to be an angler someday, lives in Florida with her family. Here they are, Chatham's Cobb family.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you, Chatham's Cobb family. We missed you.
For the first time since 2019, Cobb family sings the national anthem here at Veterans Field, which means we're almost ready for baseball. Chatham's defense is outside of the dugout on the third base line, and they're ready to take the field in the home white uniforms. It's the Cape Cod League-issued hat with the military theme and digital camo. The white pinstripe shirt with anglers in blue script across the chest, a red number in the bottom left corner, and a blue number in the back. White pants with blue pinstripes, held up by a blue belt. Hyannis road uniforms, an orange hat with the Hyannis logo on it, a blue shirt with Hyannis written across the chest, white pants with blue pinstripes. And the only way, well, one of the ways I know this is because there's currently a standoff between Lyle Miller Green and Anthony Nunez for Chatham, and it looks to be, actually, I'm doubting, no, there's a player on Hyannis's side who's just standing looking at Old Glory. This is a ritual or a game that teams do before the game. Let's see who plays chicken, who moves first.
It's called the perfect stand. Both Nooney and, Hyannis just won. Hyannis just won.
That's got to be bad mojo for today's game on the Chatham side. Let's do the Red Nun Bar and Grill pitching matchup. Standoff is over. Hyannis wins that one. And taking the mound for Hyannis today is the right-handed Jackson Baumeister. We'll see him in the bottom of the first inning. He's a right-handed pitcher from Florida State. 13 innings this season, a 3.46 ERA, 19 strikeouts, and 5 walks. It's his 5th start. For Chatham, the righty Trevor Martin from Oklahoma State. He's pitched in 4 innings this season, an ERA of 6.75, 7 strikeouts, and 3 walks. This is his 3rd career Cape League start and the 1st of the season. The last time Trevor Martin started for Chatham was August 3rd, the season finale against Brewster last season. He pitched 3 innings, gave up a run with 4 strikeouts.
Today, Tom Holliday says he wants to see more of Trevor Martin's off-speed pitches. In his last outing against Yarmouth Dennis, it didn't go so well. Gave up 4 earned runs. He's got to go more into his bag. He's got a slider. The changeup can also work if Martin's feeling it. But Tom Holliday wants him to trust those pitches instead of leaning towards the fastball.
I asked Tom Holliday before the game, I said, why is Martin getting the start? And he said, why not? He's been a solid pitcher for the last 2 years for Chatham, so I guess it makes sense giving him some time on the mound. But as you mentioned, Ian, right, he wants to see more off-speed pitches because he primarily used his fastball in that YD game, and it got him hurt. Trevor Martin finishing his warm-up pitches, dealing from the stretch most likely. Chatham throwing the baseball around. We're almost ready to go. Ian, yesterday a wild ball game. Chatham got home a little bit early. Do you think they're well rested?
I would say so. If I'm Chatham, I'm more happy about the offense. How the team's been hitting over the last few games. The team averages up 17 points since July 6.
Hyannis, the first to step up to the plate in today's game. Mitch Jebb, left-handed hitting 3rd baseman from Michigan State, is the leadoff hitter for Hyannis. His back left foot's on the chalk. Trevor Martin walks up to the rubber and gets set with his hands at his chest. Martin lifts his leg. First pitch. Popped foul over the press box, and we are underway. 75 degrees in Chatham. Winds at 6 miles an hour, blowing out to center field. Time and temperature presented by the Chatham Athletic Association. Martin's up 0-1 on the count. Comes set and deals. Foul back to the screen. 0-2 to Mitch Jebb. Michigan State Spartans hitting a .288 this season. He's the team leader in batting average, but he hasn't played for Hyannis all season. He is coming in from Cotuit. Rather, the other way around. Didn't play for Cotuit, but was on the roster to start the season. Jebb's down 0-2 in the count. The pitch. Fastball misses high. 1-2.
Jebb's one of a multitude of left-handed hitters in the Hyannis order that are scrappy at the dish. Guys that won't smack the ball to the gaps, but put it in between the infield and outfield.
He comes set for the 1-2. Line drive, left field. Garibay runs over. The ball lands in foul ground over by Chatham's bullpen. Jebb yesterday was 0 for 3 with a strikeout against Cotuit. Had a slap hit right there, sort of running up to the top of the box to try and hit the pitch on the opposite part of the zone. The infield is in normal depth, but the outfield shaded towards the left. Matt Hogan, the center fielder, playing in left center. Jebb back in the left-handed batter's box. Martin takes a step back, lifts his leg, fires. Fastball misses high. Jebb threw his hands at it, but kept his bat back. 2-2. Martin's fastball starting up at 95 miles an hour. He has a changeup at 85 and a curveball that hangs in the mid-70s. Martin stands on the rubber as Mitch Jebb calls time. Gorgeous night for baseball in Chatham. Here's a 2-2 pitch. Fastball misses low and away. Count runs full.
Martin's immediately back on the rubber, but Mitch Jebb is taking his time getting into the box. A deep breath, he's chatting with the home plate umpire, trying to control the pace of the ball game.
Jebb was down 0-2 in the count. Here's the full count offering. Fastball misses inside for ball 4. Mitch Jebb sprints down to first base. Fights all the way back. And gets on to first with a leadoff walk.
That's a great at-bat. And Jeb's pacing, his steps around the batter's box, his timing got Trevor Martin off rhythm.
Runner on first, nobody out. Speedy Riku Nishida at the dish. First pitch, squares around a bunt, pulls back. The fastball misses low and outside, 1-0. Third baseman Johnny Castagnazzi playing in the infield grass.
He knew it right away. Started creeping forward as Nishida got in the box.
Nishida has 16 stolen bases this year. 1-0. Shows bunt, pulls back, called strike on the outside corner. 1-1. Runner at first, Mitch Jebb has 12 stolen bases on the season. That's second on the team behind Nishida. 1-1 count. Martin comes set, left side of the rubber. Jebb gets a lead off first. The pitch. Nishida bunts it foul. Hits off of his right leg. Rubenstein got the baseball and applied the tag because Nishida got out of the left-handed batter's box. Has to go back in, down 1-2 in the count. Nishida was 1 for 4 last night with 2 RBIs, 3 strikeouts. He has a funky 2-strike ritual. He gets back in the left-handed batter's box. He squats down all the way. Takes 2 practice cuts. Lifts his right leg way high. Gets that 1-2. Curveball. Just misses high. Rubenstein held the baseball for as long as he could. Tried to sell it to home plate umpire Mike Rabideau. 2-2 count.
Nishida just 5'6", and with 2 strikes, he crouches low, presents a small strike zone.
Wonder what his height is when he squats down. Martin hands at the chest. 2-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Martin brings out the fastball. 93 miles an hour on the outside corner. That's out number 1. Ian, let's run through Chatham's defensive alignment, presented by Short and Sweet Ice Cream.
The outfield from left to right, Guy Garibay, Matt Hogan, and Caden Grice in right. Johnny Castagnazzi and Marcus Brown patrol the left side of the infield.
First pitch to Noah Chanul. Martin with a quick throw over to first. Had Mitch Jebb leaning, but he slides back into the left side of first base.
That was Noah Ledford at first, catching the pickoff throw, and Rock Rigios at second base. Jack Rubenstein behind the plate, catching Trevor Martin.
First pitch, changeup misses low for ball 1. Nolan Chanul's the first baseman from Florida Atlantic. Batting .271 this year. 1-0 pitch, fastball, right down the middle for strike 1. Chatham's infield in double play depth. Jebb with 1 stride off of first. He goes. The pitch misses low. Rubenstein throws down to second. It's way late. Jebb slides in safely to second. It's 2-1 count to Chanul. He has a runner in scoring position with just 1 away.
Jebb got a great jump. Took off right when Martin's front foot came off the ground.
No score at Veterans Field. Top of the first, 1 out. Martin glances towards second. Stares at the base runner, now fires home. Fastball, called strike. That's the corner, 2-2.
A nice frame from Rubenstein, who yesterday came in the ballgame for his defense.
Rubenstein didn't have any at-bats, obviously, because the game was called in the bottom of the 6th. Martin with 2 glances towards second, lifts his leg, delivers. Ground ball left side, 2 hops to Castagnazzi. Throws from the baseline and gets him. Mitch Jebb stays at second base. Chanul grounds out to third base for out number 2. Just a slow roller to his right, to his left rather, took 2 hops. And Castagnazzi was in line with the baseline from second to third.
He played it well, preventing Jebb from getting any closer to third base. Being in the baseline freezes the runner.
2 gone for the lefty Cole McConnell. Martin with a spin throw over to second. Marcus Brown just knocks it down. Had to jump high to his left and save the baseball from going into center field.
With Matt Hogan playing in left center, That ball surely would have caused Jeb to advance to third, maybe even home if it got in the outfield.
Martin's first pitch to McConnell. Cut on and missed. 0-1 to the Louisiana Tech center fielder. Chatham's defense, especially in the outfield, has shifted to the left for left-handed hitters. Most notably, Mitch Jeb and Riku Nishida. Martin looks towards second. Takes 2 glances. Goes home. Runner goes. Rubenstein throws down to third. It goes into left field. Base runner runs into Castagnazzi. Garibay throws it all the way home. Not in time. Mitch Jeb stole third base. The baseball trickled into left field. Mitch Jeb scored on the overthrow. 1-0 Hyannis in the top of the first. Castagnazzi seems to be okay over at third base. 1-1 count.
Jeb slid right into Castagnazzi. The throw right of third base into the field of play. Almost looked like it got Jeb on the foot.
Martin from the windup. Fastball misses outside. 2-1. The umpires tonight, presented by Audio Associates. Over at first base is Michael Hinojosa. At third is Rich Cabral, and behind the plate, Mike Rabideau. 2-1 pitch. Fastball misses low and in. 3-1. Cole McConnell, a .275 hitter this season. Had 11 RBIs, tied for the team high. Not sure if that counts as an RBI, but if it did, he would now lead the team with 12. Back in the left-handed batter's box, 3-1. High drive, left field. Garibay runs to his right. He makes the catch over by the foul line, down the left field line for out number 3. Well, Hyannis gets the first run of the ball game thanks to an overthrow and some solid base running. Mitch Jeb was the first batter in this inning. He got on with a walk, stole 2 bases, and then Rubenstein overthrew the throw down to third to try and pick off Mitch Jeb's final stolen bag. 1 run on no hits, no errors, and no men left stranded. Hyannis 1, Chatham coming to bat. Guy Garibay, Marcus Brown, Rock Riggio, the first 3 against Jackson Baumeister, the right-hander from Florida State. Bottom of the first coming up next on the Cape Cod Baseball Network.
Sports Radio, play-by-play. Go A's, Chatham on TRC.
Home half of the first here at Veterans Field. Hyannis cracks the scoreboard first. A 1-0 lead after the first half. Alongside Ian Unsworth, I'm Joe Puccio. Jackson Baumeister, the starting pitcher for Hyannis today. We mentioned in the pregame show, he's pitched 13 innings this year with an ERA of 3.46. This is his 5th start. Fastball at 93 miles an hour. Changeup in the mid-80s and a curveball in the high 70s. First batter he faces is Guy Garibay, left-handed hitter from Rice. Baumeister from the right side of the rubber. Lifts his leg and deals. Fastball misses high. 1-0. Garibay was 0 for 3 yesterday as the leadoff hitter against the Gatemen. Had a strikeout swinging. 1-0 pitch. Fastball misses low and away. 2-0.
A rather old-fashioned windup Baumeister has. He steps behind the rubber instead of to the side, as most pitchers do today.
His hands come set at the belt. 2-0 pitch. Popped up behind home plate, drifting out of play. And it just missed the press box. Landed towards the right side, almost by where Hyannis' broadcasters sit. Baumeister gets a brand new baseball. 2-1 count. The righty lifts his leg, delivers. Curveball misses high, 3-1. Infield, outfield, straight away. Hitters count for Guy Garibay. He's hitting 185 this season. 3-1 pitch. High fly, deep right field. Sirota runs back, now takes a few steps in, backpedals and makes the catch. Sirota finds the baseball in the blue Chatham sky. Catches a fly ball from Guy Garibay. That's out number 1.
Might as well let Mike Sirota's two-step lead us into the short and sweet defensive alignment. He's in right, Cole McConnell's in center, and Tito Flores is in left. The left side of the infield, Mitch Jebb at third, Dom Patelli at short, Riku Nishida at second on the right side, and Nolan Shanul at first.
First pitch to the lefty, Marcus Brown. Curveball, drops in the zone for strike 1. Finds the inside corner.
Jorge Corona caught that curveball from Jackson Baumeister. That's your battery tonight.
Baumeister with the baseball. Hands meet at the chest. Takes one step back and fires. Fastball called strike. Same spot as the curveball. Inside corner at the knees. 0-2 to Brown. He takes one practice cut and gets set. 0-2 pitch. Fastball just misses low. 1-2. Baumeister not afraid to throw inside to Marcus Brown. He's on a 4-game hitting streak. 2 for 2 last night at Spillane Field. 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Baumeister dials up the fastball, 93 miles an hour. That's out number 2.
Something Chatham's going to see a lot today. Baumeister throws the fastball 66% of the time. 2/3 of his pitches, heaters.
Rang up Marcus Brown on a fastball. 2 up, 2 down in the bottom of the first inning. That brings up Rock Riggio, the starting second baseman. Swings from the left side. 3 straight lefties at the top of this Chatham order. First pitch. Fastball, called strike. Pitch at the knees in the inside corner. Rock Riggio looks back to home plate umpire Mike Rabideau. Stands back in, black dipped bat over his left shoulder. 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Oof, Riggio in front of that changeup. 0-2. Infield, outfield in normal depth. Wind blowing out towards center field. 1-0 score for Hyannis. Mitch Jebb walked, stole 2 bases, and scored on a Jack Rubenstein overthrow to third. Baumeister's 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Baumeister pulls the string twice. Riggio fans on changeups outside. A's go down in order, 1-2-3. No runs, no hits, no errors, and no one left on base because no one got on base. Hyannis with a 1-0 lead. No hits let in today's game. Hyannis looks to have the first hit coming up next.
Chatham on TRC, Cape Cod.
Sweet Tomatoes Pizza, located right around the corner from Veterans Field at 790 Main Street in Chatham. Pick up a pie on your way to the game or grab a calzone before first pitch. The dough for their specialty pizza is rolled right before your eyes. Eat in or take out, 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. and sometimes later. Call 508-348-0200. See their full menu online at SweetTomatosCapeCod.com. Sweet Tomatoes, a Chatham pregame tradition.
Well, I came by your house the other day. Your mother said you went away. She said there was nothing that I could have done. There was nothing nobody could say. Now me and you, we've known each other, yeah, ever since we were 16. I wished I would have known. I wished I could have called you just to say goodbye, Bobby G.
We're through one full inning of baseball here at Veterans Field. Hyannis has a 1-0 lead over Chatham. Alongside Ian Unsworth, I'm Joe Puccio. Bit of a scoring note that we should update the audience with. The overthrow from Jack Rubenstein. Mitch Jebb was going from second base, stealing to third base. Rubenstein overthrew Johnny Castagnazzi and came home to score. Mitch Jebb scored on an E2. So if you check the line scores, Hyannis with 1 run on no hits, no errors. Chatham with no runs on no hits and 1 error. Top of the second starts. First pitch to Tito Flores. Swing and a miss. 0-1 to the righty. .26-pitch first inning for Trevor Martin. Takes a deep breath on the mound, lifts his leg, fires. Fastball misses at the eyes, 1-1. Flores, the left fielder, swinging from the right side. .256 hitter with 2 home runs and 7 RBIs. Was 1 for 2 yesterday with a walk. 1-1 pitch. Ground ball right back to Martin. Gets to the right side of the mound, throws over to first. He got him. Trevor Martin does it himself. A 1-3 ground out to start the top of the second inning. 1 out.
A smooth play. He got it barehand. Rolled up on his wrist. So Martin flipped it to himself with his wrist to hand and chucked it to Ledford.
In stands the left-handed shortstop, Dominic Pitelli. From the Miami of Florida. First pitch. Fastball misses outside, 1-0. Rather, it's just from Miami of Florida, not the Miami of Florida, not like Ohio State. Third baseman Castagnazzi plays in the baseline. The 1-0 pitch. Fastball just misses outside, 2-0. Potentially pitching on the outside to get a ground ball to Castagnazzi over at third. Martin with 2 fastballs, both missed the zone. 1 out, top of the second. 1-0 lead for the Harbor Hawks. The pitch. Fastball over the plate. Strike 1. Pitelli did not play last night in the 6-6 tie in Kitsui. A battle between first and second in the West Division. Martin, 2-1 pitch. Line foul over the press box. Diamond side, third base line. 2-2. How about this for Hyannis? Last 3 games. 2 losses and a tie. July 9th, they lost to Bourne 18-10. Played football over at McKeon Park. 2-2 pitch. Popped up, foul over Chatham's dugout along the third base line.
Some of those games happen. For Chatham, they've all been one-sided, where one team's bullpen falls apart or a starter gets got early. But in summer ball, sometimes both teams can't find the zone.
Martin comes set, 2-2. Curveball bounces in the dirt. Rubenstein blocks it. Full count to Dominic Pitelli. Hyannis had 8 wins last season. They picked up win number 8 on July 3rd of this year against YD, who's first place in the East Division.
It's because of their offense.
A plus 14 run differential. Full count, pitch. Driven, deep center field. Hogan runs back to his left. He's at the warning track, makes the catch. All those fly balls Matt Hogan was tracking at Fenway Park help him out with this one at Veterans Field. Dominic Pitelli flies out to center for out number 2.
Not much wind support for Pitelli. It's blowing from right to left across the outfield. But at some parks, like Red Wilson Field, that ball's getting out.
385 to dead center at Veterans Field. That one was more like 370. First pitch to the righty Jorge Corona. Curveball misses low and inside, 1-0.
Patelli hit that ball to the deepest part of the park. The wind never blows to left field because of a wall of trees behind the fence.
Old Glory in center field's pointing directly towards the batter's eye. 1-0. Fastball, called strike, 1-1. If you're a fan at Veterans Field, you'll see two American flags, one in center field, one in front of the Chatham Firehouse. The one in front of the fire department is pointing towards center field. 1-1 pitch. Fly ball down the right field line, drifting foul, goes out of play over in Hyannis' dugout. 1-2 to Jorge Corona, the catcher from Louisiana Tech. Sometimes those flags tell two different stories, but today it tells the same one. 1-2 count, 2 outs. Hyannis with a 1-0 lead. Martin, the pitch. Fastball. Strike 3. Jorge Corona goes down looking. Stares at an inside fastball. A 1-2-3 inning for Chatham. Ends in a strikeout. Rather, a 1-2-3 inning for Hyannis. It was Trevor Martin who had the 1-2-3 inning. 2 strikeouts for the righty, Trevor Martin. No runs, no hits, no errors, no one left stranded. Bottom of the second coming up next. Hyannis with a 1-0 lead.
Chatham on TRC, Cape Cod.
T-Mobile is proud to sponsor the Cape Cod Baseball League. The people at T-Mobile are committed to serve those who serve, and that's why they go above and beyond for our active duty military, veterans, and first responders. Visit your neighborhood T-Mobile store or T-Mobile.com to learn more.
I got so down and out in Frisco, tired of the pills and the rain. I picked up headed for the sunshine. I left a good thing behind. Seemed all of our love was in vain. Now my baby's coming in on the Tucson train. I come here looking for a new life, one I wouldn't have to explain. Now that voice that keeps me awake at night, when a little piece would make everything right. If I could just turn.
Bottom of the second here at Veterans Field. Hyannis still with a 1-0 lead. Chatham held hitless in the bottom of the first, set down 1-2-3. Starting things off in the bottom of the second, Cooper Ingle, Chatham's DH from Clemson. With Ian Unsworth, I'm Joe Puccio. Ingle swings from the left side. The right-hander Jackson Baumeister. First pitch. Curveball misses high, ball 1. Baumeister with 2 strikeouts in the bottom of the first. He's down 1-0 in the count to Cooper Ingle. He lifts his leg, deals. Curveball misses low, ball 2. Cooper Ingle featured on ChathamAnglers.com today on the front homepage. A feature piece from Anish Vasudevan talked about his approach at the plate. 2-0 pitch. Fastball misses outside, 3-0. We won't spoil the entire story for you, but we'll tell you this. Former Clemson head coach Monty Lee called him a designated walker. Leads Chatham in bases on balls, and he's up 3-0 in the count. Here's the pitch. Fastball misses high and inside for ball 4. Cooper Ingle struts over to first base with a walk. It is his 20th of the season.
That's one of the easier walks he's had. 2 fastballs, 6 inches off the outer half of the plate. And Ingle makes it happen.
Ingle passes the baton to fellow Clemson teammate Caden Grice. Left-handed hitter. He's playing in right field today. Ingle with 3 strides off of first. Baumeister from the right side of the rubber. He deals. Fastball misses high, 1-0. I keep wanting to say Baumeister because it's Jay Baumeister, the NHL player. Jackson Baumeister from Florida State. My apologies for butchering that now twice here in this half inning. Baumeister from the right side of the rubber lifts his leg and deals. Curveball drops low and inside, 2-0. 6 straight balls to start off this half inning for the righty Seminole.
He's having a lot of trouble locating his curveball. His arm slot is inconsistent. With the fastball, it's almost ear high, but he's dropping the breaking ball slightly below his shoulder.
He comes set, hands at the belt, lifts his leg, delivers. Swing and a miss. Healthy hack at a high fastball. Grice comes up empty. Still up in the count, though, 2-1. Caden Grice was 1 for 3 yesterday with a double and a run scored. He hit that 2-run home run at Stony Brook Field on the 8th. It was 2 for 4 in that game. He's back in the left-handed batter's box, 2-1 pitch. Fastball over the plate for strike 2. Wind still blowing out to dead center field. A home run would most likely land in the arms of many Chatham fans sitting in the right center field hill. All of them are aligned on the top close to Depot Road. Baumeister comes set, deals 2-2. Popped foul just over the press box. That one was about, wasn't too close from going into the press box, but fouled over the third base line regardless. Count stays at 2-2.
A good pitch for Grice to hit. Fastball middle in, belt high.
Takes one practice cut, puts the bat back on his left shoulder. Engel off first, 2-2. Fastball misses high and in. Full count.
Mitch Jebb has been constantly moving around at third base. Before the last pitch, he was close to the line. Now he's near the cutout, constantly kicking dirt around in front of his position.
We know Riku Nishida did the same thing when Chatham had the doubleheader at McKeon Park earlier this season. 3-2 pitch. Fastball misses high and away for ball 4. Caden Grice earns his 8th walk of the season. The second one of this half inning. Cooper Engel moves to second.
Already got a mound visit. Baumeister threw 12 pitches in the first. He's now thrown 10 to 2 batters. When he's in the zone, his pitches are tough to make contact with, but out of the zone, he's not competitive.
This is Baumeister's 5th start of the season. And you mentioned how many walks he came in here with, 5. But he also came in with 19 strikeouts. He now has 21 on the season. He's got runners on first and second now.
He faced back-to-back Clemson guys, players who've had scouting reports on him during the school season. And with Johnny Castagnazzi, a North Carolina Tar Heel, another ACC opponent who I talked to before batting practice, Castagnazzi had great words of praise for Baumeister, saying his stuff was tough to hit, a high-spin fastball. Engel and Grice, on the other hand, said they don't really remember Jackson Baumeister, so differing information passed around, but those Clemson guys were locked in.
In between the string of ACC hitters is the Sun Belt left-handed hitting Noah Ledford from Georgia Southern. First pitch. Curveball misses high and away for ball 1. Hyannis already getting some action in the bullpen. Wes Burton is up and stretching.
That's the same Wes Burton who gained internet fame last baseball season.
You'll have to tell me why after this 1-0 pitch. I'm really interested in that. The pitch. Curveball drops in the zone for strike 1.
At Ole Miss, there's a group of pitchers, or at least there were. Doug Nikhazy, who was drafted last year in the 2nd round. Wes Burton, amongst a couple others, who went viral for yelling into their mounds in their gloves before pitching.
Baumeister looks towards second and deals. Fastball popped foul over the home plate grandstand. 1-2.
To psych themselves up, they'd put their glove over their mouth and say some things that probably shouldn't go over these airwaves, but ramp themselves up, get all angry, and throw.
We'll keep an eye on the right-hander, who's currently stretching in Hyannis' bullpen.
It's the vocal equivalent of taking a smelling salt.
Let's hope our crowd mics pick up something. That'd be interesting. Baumeister looks towards second, fires home. Curveball just misses outside. From our vantage point, looked like it went right over home plate. Ledford stays alive, 2-2. Engel on second, Grice at first. No outs, Hyannis with a 1-0 lead. Baumeister comes set, right side of the rubber. Takes 2 glances towards second and delivers. Swing and a miss, he got him. Ledford behind on a 90-mile-an-hour fastball. Out number 1 in the bottom of the second.
Ledford put all his might in that swing. Rocked back after he finished, his head looking towards right field. A swing with plenty of power behind it.
Back to the ACC hitters. Here's Johnny Castagnazzi from North Carolina. Swings from the right side. Baumeister spins off the mound, doesn't throw over to second base. He sets his right foot on the right side of the rubber. Peers in for the side. Hands at the belt. Takes 3 leg taps with his front left foot. Fires. Swing and a miss. Castagnazzi can't touch the 91-mile-an-hour fastball. 0-1.
After the meeting on the mound, Baumeister's gone back towards his bread and butter, the fastball.
Righty on righty battle. Castagnazzi with runners on first and second. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Baumeister brings out the curveball. Bends it low and away. Castagnazzi fans on it. 0-2. In Castagnazzi's last game, which was on the 10th against YD at Red Wilson Field, he was 1 for 3, but had 2 strikeouts. He has the bat over his right shoulder. Back right foot on the chalk. The pitch. Curveball bounces in the dirt. Jorge Corona blocks it in the right-handed batter's box. Rather, in the left-handed batter's box. Castagnazzi stands on the other side. 1-2.
Every pitch to Castagnazzi's been away, so he's inching towards the plate.
He has a big hole between first and second. Riku Nishida holding Cooper Engel at the bag. Baumeister looks towards second, fires home. Fastball misses high and away, 2-2.
Great discipline. The 1-0 pitch, an exact replica of that, a high outside fastball.
Castagnazzi's toes on the inside chalk. Holds the bat behind his head. Baumeister looks towards second and goes home. Swing and a miss, strike 3. That curveball is bending. 2 straight strikeouts swinging. Castagnazzi goes back to Chatham's dugout as out number 2. The 8-hole hitter, Matt Hogan, gets ready to go. Playing in center field today. Senior from South Carolina. Righty on lefty battle. Runners on first and second. 2 gone. Baumeister stands in, and Matt Hogan calls time. Baumeister was set for around 5 or 6 seconds. It's been working rather quickly, nothing too out of the ordinary. Baumeister looks towards second, goes home. Fastball misses low and inside, 1-0. Matt Hogan's been dealing with an oblique injury over the last 10 or so games, according to Chatham manager Tom Holliday. Yesterday was his first start. Was 1 for 2 with a double and a run scored. 1-0. Swing and a miss. Hogan misses 91-mile-an-hour fastball. 1-1.
He's able to swing, he's able to run the bases, but he grimaces a lot during those actions. Still not 100%.
He collided with the right field wall yesterday, too. 1-1 pitch. Fly ball, right center field. Cole McConnell, the center fielder, runs into the gap and makes the catch for out number 3. The first two hitters in the inning get on with a walk. Cooper Ingle and Caden Grice left stranded on the base paths after two strikeouts swinging from Ledford and Castagnazzi and a fly out from Matt Hogan to center field. No runs, no hits, no errors. 2 men left on. 1-0 Hyannis through 2. Here we go, top of the third inning at Veterans Field. Hyannis has a 1-0 lead. Still no hits for either side through 2 full. With Ian Unsworth, I'm Joe Puccio. 8-9-1 in the Hyannis order against Chatham's starter Trevor Martin. The first batter in the top of the third is Rocco Pepe, the Harbor Hawks DH, swinging from the right side. He has a teal bat over his right shoulder. Trevor Martin lifts his leg. First pitch. Popped foul over the grandstand behind home plate. Trevor Martin in 2 innings of work. He's given up a run on no hits. 2 strikeouts on the ledger. Here's his 0-1 pitch. Ground ball left side. Marcus Brown eats it up, throws over to first, and gets him for out number 1. Hard hit ground ball to Marcus Brown's right. Makes the play look so easy. Guns it over to first for out number 1.
A small thing that Brown did well, instead of backhanding the baseball and having to shift his momentum from right to left, he got around it, fielded the ball in front, so he took an easy, quick step and threw across the diamond.
His hands went right into the Anglers logo on his chest. 9-hole hitter Michael Sirota digs into the right-handed batter's box. First pitch. Fastball. Called strike at the knees. Finds the inside corner. 0-1. Sirota, the right fielder from Northeastern, made his Hyannis debut yesterday. 0-1 pitch. Fastball. Over the plate for strike 2. Sirota was 0 for 2 in the tie yesterday against Katuitt. But if his name sounds familiar, it's because he played 11 games for Brewster this season. Was a .250 hitter. He's down 0-2 in the count. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Rubenstein threw the ball back to the mound as if it was out number 3. And Trevor Martin laughs to his catcher and picks up the baseball off the grass. Regardless, it's out number 2. Thanks to a strikeout swinging from Sirota.
And to think yesterday Rubenstein brought in for his defense.
Here's the first pitch to Mitch Jebb. He squares around a bunt, pulls the bat back, but the pitch misses outside, 1-0. Yeah, how about that? Rubenstein brought in as a defensive replacement for Travinsky yesterday, and Travinsky hit a home run in the second inning. 1-0 pitch to Jebb. Fastball. Fouled back to the screen. Some oohs and ahs from the Chatham faithful behind home plate.
Someone's can of water, I believe, got knocked off the ledge.
Oh, no.
So there's netting behind home plate that protects the fans from baseballs, but that ledge right behind the...
1-1 pitch. Change up. Catches the outside corner, 1-2.
So the ledge of the backstop is concrete. Someone had their water on top. and the foul ball hit that water and sent it back into the third row of stands.
Martin gets a new baseball. Deals 1-2. Fastball misses high and outside. 2-2. You know, Ian, it's a law in Chatham to not sell bottled water. There are cans of Dasani sold here at Veterans Field.
Never seen that before.
Yeah, me neither. Martin lifts his leg. 2-2 pitch. Line into left field. Base hit. Garibay cuts it off in the left center field gap. Throws it into the cutoff man, Marcus Brown. Holds Mitch Jebb at first. Second time the Hyannis third baseman has gotten on. Keeps the inning alive, a 1-0 lead for Hyannis.
Guy Garibay had to turn on the jets to cut that ball off in the gap. Both Garibay and Hogan were playing extremely shallow and in, shaded towards that left side. So they're pinched towards Marcus Brown's shortstop position, and that ball almost split them.
Opposite field hit for Mitch Jebb. Here's another lefty, Riku Nishida. First pitch. Fastball misses low for ball 1.
Hogan and Garibay playing in and shaded left. Castagnazzi in on the grass at third.
Nishida with only one extra base hit this season. A double. 1-0 pitch. Fastball catches the outside corner, 1-1.
Grice is in and right as well. This is almost a Little League-esque shift where you move the outfielders in because you don't think these guys can hit the ball over them.
Nishida's a .271 hitter and was 1 for 4 last night. Jebb gets a lead off of first. Martin pauses on the mound and throws over to first. Jebb slides back in safely.
Another reason for having the outfielders in, you want to scare the base runners. Don't want Mitch Jebb to get any inclination of rounding second and heading for third because you've got Caden Grice's arm bearing down on him in right.
Martin hands at the belt. Jebb gets an aggressive lead off first, 3 strides, and time's called at home plate.
That time call helped Jebb. He was out on an island, 5 steps off of first base.
He kept inching closer and closer towards second with a few hops. 1-1 pitch. Runner goes. Ground ball to short. Marcus Brown fields it on the back end, throws from his knee, and gets Nishida. Marcus Brown was covering second base on the stolen base attempt from Mitch Jebb. Marcus Brown fielded the baseball on a backhand, threw it off of his right knee, and got Riku Nishida for out number 3. Marcus Brown flashes the leather to end the top of the third inning. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, and Mitch Jebb is stranded on base. 1-0 Hyannis. Let's go to the bottom of the third. Time for the home half of the third inning here at Veterans Field. Chatham scoreless and hitless. It trails 1-0 to Hyannis here on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. Alongside Ian Unsworth, I'm Joe Puccio. Rubenstein gets things started, the 9-hole hitter for Chatham. The catcher from Georgia Tech and a native of Atlanta. Swings from the right side and faces the right-handed Jackson Baumeister. Infield, outfield, straight away. Wind blowing to dead center. First pitch. Grounded foul just behind Corona behind the plate. 0-1. We mentioned this in the previous half inning. Rubenstein was a defensive replacement yesterday, but what we didn't say was that Tom Holliday clamored to Rubenstein after Travinski dropped his third pitch in the game. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Curveball, drops in the zone for strike 2. Tom Holliday said, "Hey, Ruby, put your gear on." And Rubenstein came in for the 5th inning, was supposed to catch the bottom of the 6th inning before the game was called due to darkness. Rubenstein trails 0-2 in the count. Here's the pitch. Ground ball, left side. Shortstop Patelli fields it in the gap, throws over to first. Not in time. A difficult play for Patelli, fielding it in the hole between short and third. Rubenstein beats out the throw from Patelli at short. First hit for Chatham today.
Last summer, I saw Dom Patelli make a litany of impressive defensive plays. He had no chance there. It was a slow hopper in the 5-6 hole and running away from the first base bag, a very difficult throw.
Order flips for Guy Garibay. First pitch, swing and a miss. In front of the 81-mile-an-hour changeup, 0-1. 1-0 Hyannis in the bottom of the 3rd. Chatham just got its first hit of the game, thanks to Jack Rubenstein. He takes 2 strides off of first, 0-1 pitch. Changeup misses outside, 1-1. Garibay flied out to right field in his first at-bat. Baumeister from the right side of the rubber. Deep breath and throws home. Curveball drops in the zone for strike 2. Tom Holliday tells his left-handed hitter to win the battle. He's down 1-2 in the count with a runner on first and nobody out. Baumeister comes set, hands at his blue belt and deals. Line drive, right field, running in, diving catch, no! The ball drops in front of Michael Sirota. Rubenstein moves to second. Garibay's on first. Sirota lost his cap. Diving in right center field. Ruled a hit. Chatham has runners on first and second.
Sirota had trouble lining up the baseball. It was hit to his arm side. He had to angle his body on the dive. Couldn't approach it straight on.
Chatham with some early momentum in this half inning. Runners on first and second for Marcus Brown. Nobody out. Chatham trails 1-0. Righty on lefty matchup. First pitch. Brown squares around a bunt, puts it down the left field line. It just goes foul. Boy, that pitch was high and inside. Marcus Brown winced away from it, almost flinched. Really did flinch in the left-handed batter's box. Bunt lands foul to the left side of the left field foul line, 0-1.
He leaned way back so the ball would hit his bat and not his face.
He kicks around some dirt and has one bat twirl. Infield corners in. Brown already squares to round before the delivery. 0-1. Brown bunts it down the third base line. Jeb throws over to first, gets Marcus Brown out. The sacrifice bunt moves Rubenstein to third and Garibay to second. Out number 1, but now 2 runners in scoring position.
Well, Tom Holliday said execution paramount down the stretch of this season. He wants players that can bunt, sacrifice flies, just put the ball in play. He doesn't need people trying to hit balls to the moon.
Corners in for Rock Riggio. First pitch, check swing, ground ball to short. Throw over to first, gets Rock Riggio and brings home Jack Rubenstein. Well, not sure if Rock Riggio intended to hit that baseball, but he gets an RBI. Game's tied up at 1 in the bottom of the 3rd. Garibay moves to third.
It works. It works. The ball in play is the most effective way to get runners in motion. Put it on the ground with Patelli back trying to turn 2. Make him charge. His only plays to first as the runner got a great jump off of third.
Chatham with a chance to take the lead in the bottom of the third. Garibay is on third for the lefty Cooper Ingle. First pitch. Fastball misses high and inside, 1-0. Former Clemson coach Monty Lee called Cooper Ingle a pest in the batter's box. Make sure to check out that full story on Ingle's approach at the plate. 1-0. Fastball misses low and away, 2-0. That full story is on ChathamAnglers.com and our social media pages, at Chatham Anglers on Twitter and Chatham Anglers on Facebook and Instagram. 1-0 count, 2 outs. The pitch. Fastball grounded up the middle. Piatelli fields it to the right of second base, throws over to first, gets Ingle for out number 3. Boy, a tough play in the hole right up the middle. Saves the go-ahead run, Guy Garibay, from scoring.
Really no such thing for tough if it's Dom Piatelli playing short. He's got a .970 fielding percentage.
1 run on 2 hits, no errors, and 1 man left stranded. Chatham ties up the game. Rubenstein led off with a single. Guy Garibay had a single himself. A sacrifice bunt from Marcus Brown let Rock Riggio drive in Rubenstein on a ground out to the shortstop. 1-1 tie through 3 full innings of baseball. Ian Unsworth takes over on play-by-play as we approach the top of the 4th here on the Cape Cod Baseball Network.
Sports Radio, play-by-play. Go A's, Chatham on GRC. What I want.
Settling in for the top of the 4th at Veterans Field. Hyannis and Chatham knotted up in 1 apiece. Trevor Martin back on the bump for the A's to start the away half of the 4th. Alongside Joe Puccio, I'm Ian Unsworth. Nolan Shanwell, Cole McConnell, Tito Flores due up. Left-handed hitting first baseman in the box. Martin deals. Breaking ball low, ball 1. Martin's thrown 43 pitches through 3 innings. The righty winds and fires. Fastball hit to the right side. Riggio fields it on 3 hops, throws to first, and gets the out. Very effective start to the 4th for Trevor Martin, who had a bit of a rocky time getting into this ballgame.
Only given up 1 run on a hit. Has 3 strikeouts.
He's thrown a lot of pitches, though. That's one thing I'd be worried about if I'm Tom Holliday. Cole McConnell, left-handed hitter, up. Martin deals, bounces a breaker.
It was a fairly routine ground ball over to Riggio as well.
1-0 count to McConnell, who hit 2 home runs last night against Katuitt. 6-6 tie ball game. 1-0 pitch, fastball outside. 2-0 to McConnell, a .275 hitter through 24 games. From Louisiana Tech. One of 3 Bulldogs on the roster, 1 of 2 in the starting lineup. Martin fires, popped up, and foul out of play over our heads.
Pretty large crowd here tonight, Ian.
With beautiful weather in Chatham, no reason not to come to the ball game. Depot Road lined with fans. 2-1 pitch. Fastball up, 3-1.
You're also hard-pressed to find a seat on the bleachers behind home plate.
Grandstand down the first base line is packed, as well as the area behind home plate. 5 levels of stands, all crowded. 3-1 pitch, ripped foul. Hard ground ball next to the first base coach's box. Count runs full to McConnell, who flied out to Guy Garibay to end the top of the first. It's 1-1 Chatham and Hyannis. Mitch Jebb scored the Harbor Hawks run. He was the first batter of the ball game. 3-2 pitch, ripped back. Foul ball off the netting behind home plate. Mitch Jebb walked in an 8-pitch at-bat to lead off the ball game. Stole second and third, then scored on a throwing error on the play at third from Jack Rubenstein. Throw was right of the bag, trickled into left field. Jebb scored. 3-2 count. Martin Wines deals. Up and out. Ball 4. McConnell works a 1-out walk. His 6th of the season. Brings up Tito Flores.
Let's go, run back in there.
Just the second walk of the game for Trevor Martin. Came into this appearance with 3 walks on the season.
Martin digs into the rubber, points at Marcus Brown, his Oklahoma State teammate. Righty on righty matchup. First pitch. Swing and a miss. Martin put off speed in the dirt, and Flores took a big hack.
Check out the middle infield here, Ian. Rock Riggio is playing close to second base, but Marcus Brown not in double play depth.
Brown deep in the hole. 0-1 count. Martin throws over to first. Ledford slaps the tag on McConnell, who dives in safely.
Brown and Riggio, a solid connection in the middle infield with some good chemistry as well. Saw that at Fenway Park.
0-1 count. Martin a deep breath on the bump, another throw over. Quick tag, but the runner's safe. McConnell again a dive. Yesterday, Marcus Brown and Rock Riggio turned what I consider the cleanest double play of the Chatham A's season. Tailor-made to end the bottom of the first, at Spillane Field. 0-1, Martin deals, runner takes off. Pitch a strike, throw on one hop into center field. Martin put a curveball in the outer half for strike 2. Rubenstein's throw was towards Marcus Brown, and Rock Riggio was covering the base.
That's 2 overthrows. The first one was an error that brought home Mitch Jebb.
McConnell stays put on second. He's in scoring position with 1 out. 0-2 count to Tito Flores, whose back foot is on the back right corner of the right-handed batter's box. Big hole on the right side of the infield. Martin checks the runner. Twice, 3 times, steps off. Riggio's darting back and forth between his position behind second base and the bag.
He's directly behind second base. Giant hole between first and second.
Almost like what we've seen from YD. Teams putting 3 infielders on one side of the infield. 0-2 count, 1 down. Pitch in the dirt. Ball 1.
Talking to Tom Holliday before the game, he said the first half of the season was about seeing who he had. The second half, it's about winning. He wrote that on the lineup card today too as well, talking about team-oriented baseball.
He told the position players it's gut check time. 1-2. Riggio still darting towards second base as McConnell gets a lead. Pitch. Ball 2, up and in. 93-mile-an-hour fastball, and Flores leaned out of the way.
His toes are on the inside chalk.
He settles back in, tapping his beige bat on the chalk of the left-handed batter's box. 2-2 count, 1 out. Riggio darts away from second. Martin deals. Swing and a miss. It gets past Rubenstein, a drop third strike. Throw to first. Gets Flores, a 2-3 putout, and McConnell stays at second. Rubenstein didn't know where the baseball was for a second. Did a quick 180 and found it behind the left-handed batter's box.
He had a lollipop throw over to Noah Ledford at first base.
Flores' 20th strikeout of the season brings up Dom Patelli. Hyannis is leader in batting average and slugging percentage. Runner on second. Martin gives him 2 looks. Pulls an inside move, lifting the front leg and spinning 180 degrees towards second base. Doesn't throw. Marcus Brown nowhere near the bag. Riggio is retreated to the deep second base spot, starting from the outfield grass. Martin looks at second, deals home. Curveball low. 1-0 count to Patelli, who hit a deep fly ball to left center field. In his first at-bat, Matt Hogan caught it on the warning track. Hogan shaded slightly towards left center. Grice with a lot of room to cover in right. Counts 1-0 to Patelli. The pitch. Drops in for a strike. Curveball in the outer half, and Patelli took it all the way.
Tom Holliday said today that he wanted to see more off-speed pitches from Trevor Martin.
Martin comes set in a 1-1 count. Fiddles with the baseball in his glove, set at the chest. He delivers home. Fastball pinged on the outside corner. Strike 2. The off-speed's been rather consistent, mostly the curveball for Martin today. But if he can come back with that 94, 95 mile an hour fastball, what's the use? He can blow it by.
Yeah, right. I was going to say, it just sets up your fastball.
1-2 count, 2 outs. Martin set, looks at McConnell, who gets a bigger lead off second base. Martin deals. Misses low. 2-2. Last offering 94, low and outside. Patelli with 3 doubles and 3 home runs this season for 11 runs batted in. Tied for the best on the team. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Martin goes back to the breaking ball. 77 on the outside corner, and Patelli spins like a top with his swing and miss. Back-to-back strikeouts strands Cole McConnell on second base. Chatham and Hyannis tied up at 1 through 3.5. Home half of the 4th next on the Cape Cod Baseball Network.
Chatham on TRZ, Cape Cod.
Like to tell you about now, baby. You know, she comes around. Just about 5 feet 4. From her head to the ground. You know, she comes around here. Just about midnight. She make her feel so good, love. She make her feel alright. And her name is G. L. Whoa.
Welcome back to Veterans Field. A beautiful scene in Chatham as the sun sets behind the trees in deep left. The sky blue with hints of orange and pink, wispy clouds behind left and center field. 1-1 between Hyannis and Chatham, the home anglers settling in with 5, 6, 7 due up in the order. Caden Grice leads it off. He's followed by Noah Ledford and Johnny Castagnazzi. Ian Unsworth, Joe Puccio to my left, high above Diamond's side next to the third base dugout. First pitch. Grice pops it foul. Over the netting behind home plate.
We were also next to the third base dugout yesterday, but just a little bit of a different setup.
We were in a we were in an enclosure surrounded by netting like you would see at Veterans Field behind home plate on a wooden plank. A 1 pitch. Grice strokes it. Deep center field. McConnell heads back. He's at the fence. It's gone! Caden Grice goes to the deepest part of the ballpark. A solo home run makes it 2-1 Chatham in the bottom of the 4th. Grice's 4th of the season gives him the team lead. 385 to dead center. That ball barely got to 390.
That's now 2 home runs in the last 4 games.
First pitch to Noah Ledford. Swing and a miss. Strike 1. Grice got a fastball right down the middle. It immediately sent McConnell on his horse. Baumeister working from the windup. He deals. Ledford foul tips it in the mitt of the catcher Corona. 0-2. And that ball went off the bat of Grice. Everyone stood up. And Cole McConnell started swerving his hips. He went left and right and straight back to center field.
Wind's blowing out that way, too.
0-2 pitch to Ledford. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Baumeister comes back with 3 straight fastballs to get the first out of the 4th.
Still amazed with the natural power that Caden Grice has. You mentioned it, Ian, the deepest part of the ballpark. 385 to dead center. Talking to Marcus Brown, various other players, they say it doesn't necessarily play 385.
First pitch to Castagnazzi. A strike at the knees. Breaking ball dropped in. Castagnazzi struck out swinging in the 2nd. Baumeister struck out 5 A's already through 3 1/3. He winds and fires. Another strike. This time outer half, but it's back-to-back breaking balls.
Fighting back after the leadoff home run.
Castagnazzi struck out in over half his anglers at bats. 0-2. Tapped foul off the back foot of the right-handed hitter. Johnny Castagnazzi's in his 31st plate appearance currently. He struck out 16 times. Oof. Still down on the count, 0-2. Righty on righty. Baumeister deals outside. Fastball, belt high, but along the chalk of the left-handed batter's box.
Yeah, he was just a few inches away from strikeout number 17.
Castagnazzi shortens up his stance. Down 1-2. Legs closer to the shoulders. Pitch. Bounces in the dirt. Ball 2.
He also has his toes on the chalk.
I talked to him earlier today before batting practice. Castagnazzi said he's working on a toe tap instead of the traditional leg lift as his load. He'll drop his front foot back, then stride forward to swing. 2-2 pitch. Low. Ball 3. Castagnazzi's battled back.
He did that toe tap on that pitch right there. His front foot is equal with the halfway point of home plate when he originally stands in. But then when the pitch comes, it almost gets about 3/4 of the way down home plate.
He said it's simpler for him. Gets his momentum going forward. Full count offering. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Baumeister ends the at-bat with a breaking ball on the inside corner. Castagnazzi swung over the top. That's the 2nd out. It brings up Matt Hogan. Both Noah Ledford and Johnny Castagnazzi have struck out twice.
Same number of out as well. Ledford struck out swinging as the first out in the 2nd and 4th. Castagnazzi is the 2nd out in both innings.
First pitch to Hogan. Ball 1 in the dirt. Hogan flied out to center field. And a lazy one to left center. That ended the 2nd. Ballmeister deals. Hogan squares around, pulls back as the pitch is in the dirt. The bunt square is something that affects Jackson Ballmeister. When Marcus Brown squared around, he threw one high and inside. That pitch was in the dirt. 2-0 count to Hogan. Righty pitcher deals. Hogan swings and misses. Couldn't touch anything of a 90-mile-an-hour fastball down the middle. And Hogan feels his left oblique. A problem that's been bugging Matt Hogan for majority of a week and a half now. An oblique strain. 2-1 pitch. Hogan taps it foul. Straight back to the netting behind home plate.
Yes, sir. Sorry, Ian, go ahead.
Hogan grimaces as he walks next to the left-handed batter's box. He's stretching out his left arm above that oblique region.
All I was going to say is that in the Anglers Extra postgame show yesterday, Hogan said that he wasn't feeling 100%. Started the game, but was feeling pain throughout.
2-2 count. Ballmeister fires. Breaking ball high. Full count to Hogan, who made his first start since July 3rd yesterday.
And yesterday, Hogan had a double, a run scored, and collided with the right field wall, making a catch.
You couldn't tell his oblique was hurting as he pulled into second base, but the effect's showing today. Full count, 2 outs. Bases clear. Ballmeister fires. Ball 4. Fastball high and outside. Matt Hogan's on base with 2 down. Chatham's already scored a run in the inning on a Caden Grice solo home run to dead center field.
One thing Hogan's been able to do is run on the base paths. Was a pinch runner on July 4th against Orleans, on the 6th against Harwich, and on the 9th again against Orleans.
Tom Holliday loves the way Matt Hogan plays the game with discipline and respect, and also loves his speed. Hogan's got a 4-step lead off of first. Ballmeister from the stretch. Rubenstein pops it foul. Over the first base dugout. Hogan got a big old lead off of first base. I don't think Ballmeister even looked at him.
I was going to say, that looked like the most aggressive lead we've seen from any base runner off first today.
Hogan's 3 for 4 stealing bases this year. Ballmeister set, a 1 count. Quick pick to first. Hogan in safe. Shawnuel got the tag on late, tapped it off of Hogan's head.
That time, Ballmeister looked towards first before he came set, and then didn't look over to the bag once his hands were at his belt.
Ballmeister set again. Kicks and deals. Hogan takes off. Pitch a called strike. No throw to second. Hogan in safe. Matt Hogan picked the right pitch to run on. Ballmeister dropped the curveball on the outer half, and Jorge Corona dropped the baseball on the transfer.
Hogan also had 4 strides off of first base.
Runner in scoring position. 0-2 count, 2 outs. The pitch. Breaking ball. Slightly inside.
Oof. That looked good from up here.
Very close. But you'd think Jack Rubenstein, Chatham's catcher, knows the strike zone as well as anyone.
That's a good point.
Chatham's backstop digs into the right-handed batter's box. Wide stance. He awaits the 1-2. Here it is. Ripped foul to the backstop. Rubenstein has a very interesting swing.
Look at where he places his bat. He has it on his right shoulder, but it's almost parallel with his body.
With that wide stance, when he lifts the front leg, he cranks his back elbow up and gets his bat ready. Shin guard on the front foot. Ballmeister comes set. He deals. Ball 2, fastball low and away.
So that time the bat didn't hang off of his right hip. He brought it up and held it behind his head.
Maybe it changes depending on the count.
Must be.
2-2. Hogan on second. Nishida keeps a lazy eye on him. Now the second baseman retreats to his spot. Hogan darts off second. Dances back to the bag. Pickoff throw to second. Not in time. Nishida hustled to meet Hogan. The Chatham runner dove in, got the right hand on the bat. 2-2, 2 outs. Chatham leads Hyannis 2-1. The A's have scored in back-to-back frames. This is the bottom of the 4th. Baumeister checks the runner, deals home. Hogan takes off. Breaking ball inside. It clipped Rubenstein. Got him on the elbow guard. Runners on the corners with 2 outs, and the leadoff hitter, Guy Garibay, coming up.
Corona framed the pitch, even though it hit Rubenstein. Oh, now they're pointing back. Hogan's got to go back to second because it was a hit by pitch.
Even though Hogan was in motion, he was not on third base yet, so not awarded the bag. The 4's still in play.
It's because it's a dead ball, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
dead ball. But this is big time. Now a ground ball to any part of the infield has a short throw. Guy Garibay settles into the left-handed batter's box. Singled in his last at-bat. Baumeister deals. Low and away, ball 1. That was the changeup from Jackson Baumeister, who's now thrown 67 pitches through 3 2/3. Garibay waves the bat behind his head. 1-0, the pitch. Fastball, check swing, appeal to third. And Rich Cabral says no swing. Big gap in left center field. Tito Flores is playing close to the left field line, and McConnell in dead center. Hogan a short lead off of second. Rubenstein wide off the bag at first. Pitch. Garibay hits a chopper to the first base side. Shanul fields it and goes to the bag himself. Ends the inning. Chatham gets a run on the board with a Caden Grice solo shot to begin the bottom of the 4th. And strands 2 runners on base, 2 strikeouts from Ledford and Castagnazzi, and a ground out from Garibay, and the frame. A 2-1 lead for the Anglers, and Trevor Martin going back to the bump for the top of the 5th. We'll have the righties next inning after the break.
Chatham on TRC, Cape Cod. You get a shiver in the dark, it's raining in the park, but meantime, sound of the river, you stop and you hold everything. A band is blowing Dixie, double fall time. You feel alright when you hear the music ring. Well, now you step inside, but you don't see too many faces. Coming in out of the rain, they hear the jazz go down. Competition in other places, but the horns are blowing.
Back at Veterans Field for the top of the 5th between Chatham and Hyannis, alongside Joe Puccio, and Unsworth. Anglers with a 2-1 lead after a Caden Grice solo shot in the bottom of the 4th. Chatham also scored in the bottom of the 3rd. Guy Garibay singled, Jack Rubenstein singled, and Ruby came home to score on a ground ball to shortstop from Rock Riggio. Hyannis' run came in the top of the 1st. Mitch Jebb scored on a Rubenstein throwing error down to third base. Trevor Martin ready to start the top of the 5th against Jorge Corona. First pitch. Corona hits a line drive to left field. It drops in front of Garibay. A base hit. First pitch fastball, first pitch swing. And Jorge Corona has his first Cape League hit. This is first game for the Harbor Hawks.
And just the second hit of the game for Hyannis today.
The Harbor Hawks offense has not been humming thus far. 4 strikeouts against Trevor Martin, and the 1 hit came from Mitch Jebb in the top of the 3rd. Here's Rocco Pepe, first pitch. Pepe squares, bunts it down the third base side. Martin bare hands, fires to first, over Ledford's head to the right field wall. Corona around third, he's going to score, and Rocco Pepe's all the way to third. He's going home, throwing to Riggio, who fires to the plate, it's wide. Pepe slides in safe with a Little League home run.
Did that just happen?
3-2 Hyannis, top of the 5th. What in the world?
Hyannis has only scored runs off of errors.
Trevor Martin threw the ball over Ledford's head, and Pepe, running hard out of the box, got to third. But the throw-in from Grice in right field went to Rock Riggio, forgetting that there was a threat on the base paths. First pitch to Mike Sirota, high and outside. Ball 1. A complete defensive breakdown from Chatham. 1-0 pitch from Martin. Foul ball, back to the net.
So Pepe gets on with an E1 and scores on an E6.
E6?
That's what the scoreboard flashed up. Where's the overthrow? The second one.
1-1 pitch. Breaking ball, called strike 2. A lot of scoring to figure out.
my bad, Ian. I'm lost.
You're good, Joe. I'm still trying to figure it out myself. 1-2, Martin fires. Ground ball left side, foul. Shot towards the Chatham dugout. Overall, it seems like it was a communication error, because Rocco Pepe was running hard to third, and he started heading home while every Chatham defensive player lackadaisically tossed around the baseball. 1-2 pitch to Sirota. Foul ball. Over the first base dugout and bouncing near the Little League field. Stunned silence at Veterans Field.
Including myself. I'm still trying to digest this.
Righty on righty matchup, Sirota ready. 1-2 pitch. Chopper left side. Castagnazzi gets it on the backhand. It's off his glove and into left field. Sirota gets on base. Castagnazzi got that ball up near the head. It hit his glove and might have caught him on the cap, which fell off as the ball bounced past him.
I wonder if it just hit his hat straight up again. It was a very quick play, so tough to see from up here. But Castagnazzi seems to be all right. He slicks his hair back and puts his hat into his left hand.
The third baseman, number 38, Mitch Jebb.
He's got his glove off and he's feeling the left side of his forehead, but he's okay. Sirota on with no outs in what has been a very strange start to the top of the 5th. Rocco Pepe scores on a Little League home run. A bunt to the third base side. Trevor Martin overthrows Noah Ledford at first. Pepe gets all the way to third, and on a lazy throw in from Caden Grice to Rock Riggio, Pepe comes home. There's a meeting at the mound. Jay Powell's going out to talk to the infielders, but Marcus Brown and Rock Riggio are heading to right. They're talking to Caden Grice about the throw which came in from the right field fence to Riggio at second base.
Surprising that Riggio and Brown are not meeting with the pitcher's mound. And now it looks like there's a change now.
A pitching change takes Trevor Martin out of the ballgame. In one of the weirdest starts to a frame possible, Jorge Corona singles on the first pitch of the top of the 5th. Pepe hits bunts the Little League home run, and Mike Sirota gets on a chopper that got a bit of Johnny Castagnazzi's lid. With a runner on first and no outs, we'll have a Chatham Bars in call to the bullpen, and we'll take this time to check out Major League scores around the country, presented by Chatham Bars Inn, New England's premier oceanfront resort.
Yeah, I guess it is a good time. Let's take a deep breath and look at the professional baseball. First, let's check minor leagues. Anthony Villar, 2019 Chatham A, walked it off for the Fort Wayne Tin Caps today. An 8-7 win over Lansing. That's courtesy of Chatham's 2021 broadcaster, Ben Schulman, who's doing play-by-play over in Fort Wayne. So a little bit of minor league check before we get to the major league scores. Let's go out to Colorado, which it seems like we check on them every time because you could call them the Colorado Anglers at this point. The Rockies host the Padres at 8:40 at Coors Field. Connor Joe, Chatham in 2013, and Garrett Hampson, 2015, in the Rockies starting lineup. The Astros and the Angels start at 9:30 in Anaheim. Jeremy Pena, who was an Angler in 2017, is batting 7th for Houston. In the Arizona and San Francisco game that is final, Giants won 4-3 today. Zach Gallen, 2013-14, he started for Arizona in today's game. Fun fact about Zach Gallen, he still has Chatham A's forever in his Twitter bio. Today, he threw 6 2/3 innings, gave up 4 hits, 2 earned runs, and 5 strikeouts. Let's check out some other scores from around Major League Baseball because most of those, actually all those games are either coming up or are final. So let's just take a look at the scores currently going on. The Yankees with a 5-4 win, or not 5-4 win rather. The Yankees are up 5-4 in the top of the 4th inning over the Reds. Ian, your Phillies are trailing 5-0 to the Blue Jays up north. And the Boston Red Sox trail 3-1 to Tampa Bay in Tropicana Field. And speaking of Toronto, brand new manager for the Blue Jays today has a connection with Chatham. John Schneider was named the interim manager of the Blue Jays today. Played for the A's in 2001. You can check out our full story on John Schneider at chathamanglers.com.
Chatham bars in, call to the bullpen, brings in left-handed pitcher Wyatt Evans. His first pitch to Mitch Jebb, up and in, ball 1. That's our check of Major League Baseball scores presented by Chatham Bars in, New England's premier oceanfront resort. 1-0 count to Jebb, runner dances off first, pitch, outside, ball 2. Wyatt Evans, the 6'6" left-hander from Tennessee. This is making his 4th appearance. He's pitched 10 innings. Given up 10 earned runs. He deals. Jebb pops it up. Left side. Garibay drifts towards the line. Now back, he makes the catch. Sirota retreats to first. There's the first out.
The first out. Oh, man. 3 batters come up to the plate. 2 of them score.
In Evans' last outing against Brewster, it didn't go so well. In 3 1/3, gave up 5 earned runs on 6 hits and a walk. He made 2 starts, neither of which were rather pleasant. First pitch to Riku Nishida in the dirt. Nishida squared around and pulled back a drag bunt attempt.
Evans was given the loss in Orleans on June 29th. He pitched 3 1/3, gave up 6 hits and 4 runs.
Evans steals, up and out, ball 2. Castagnazzi is 5 steps in front of the cut of the grass. Almost even with the pitcher's mound. 2-0 count to Nishida, the pitch. A strike, outside corner. Fastball at 91. Evans' majority fastball has a slider as well. He'll work in. Riggio pitch towards second. 2-1, Sirota on first. 1 down. Here's the pitch. High. Ball 3. Chatham's outfield again shifted very close to the second base bag and the cut of the outfield grass. Guy Garibay in left is playing in between the track and the infield dirt. Pitch comes in. A called strike on the outer half. Full count to Nishida.
Hogan's to the left side of second base. We've seen him set up there multiple times against left-handed batters.
Nishida's 0 for 2 today. A strikeout and a ground out to Brown. The pitch, runner takes off. High, ball 4. Evans missed above the letters with a fastball, and Riku Nishida gets on for the first time today. A one-out base on balls brings up Nolan Shanul.
Evans almost came all the way back. Down 3-0 in the count.
Shanul's 0 for 2 today. 2 ground outs. Brown behind Sirota at second. Outfield's retreated to normal positioning. Evans deals. Fastball in the dirt. Rubenstein blocks it. Off the right leg protector. Rubenstein calls time. He's going to go to the mound.
Wonder if he got mixed up there. Rubenstein dropped down to his knees, and the ball didn't graze the dirt.
That's a problem Chatham's catchers have had over the past couple days. We saw it yesterday between Nick Regalado and Hayden Travinski. It happened before the first pitch at the bottom of the first. Ooh, I'm getting mixed up here. Bottom of the first at Spillane Field. Before the first pitch, Regalado and Travinski were shaking their heads at each other to figure out signs. And in the third, Jay Powell went out to have a meeting on the mound to go over signs with a runner on second. Sirota is on second right now. Nishida on first. 1-0 count, 1 down. Sirota scrambles off second, throw to the bag, not in time. Mike Sirota took a hasty scramble to third, and Marcus Brown sped to the second base bag. Evans' throw was wide right. Brown had to reach out and then go back to get the tag on. 1-0 count to Shanul. Pitch, up, ball 2.
Chatham's infield in double play depth, with Marcus Brown close to the second base bag holding the runner.
Evans checks second twice, steals home. Fastball high, ball 2. Shanul, the first baseman from FAU, Florida Atlantic, just finished up his sophomore season. He waits the 2-0, it's out. That's ball 4. Here the call down to the bullpen, Holiday. So Brian Holiday, Chatham's usual closer, is now going to come in what could be a relief role. Not right now this moment, but Jay Powell got on the walkie-talkie very quickly.
You wonder what situation Chatham thinks it's in right now. Brian Holiday, last 2 appearances, been rather shaky. He didn't get an out against Harwich on the 6th, gave up 2 hits and a run. And then in Brewster on the 8th, pitched an inning, gave up 2 runs, 2 hits with 2 strikeouts and 2 walks, but blew the save. Maybe giving Holiday some confidence if he comes out with the bases loaded.
He's been one of Chatham's go-to guys. From the start of the season, Tom Holiday has always trusted in Brian. There's no relation between the two, by the way. But Tom has always trusted in Brian to come in and get an out. There have been multiple situations this year where Brian Holiday has come in to get 1 out and done just that.
Maybe he comes in to help Chatham get out of this jam.
Both of those situations were bottom of the 8th, and this is the top of the 5th.
Try and keep Chatham in the game.
Hyannis is up 3-2, 1 out, the base is loaded. First pitch, down the middle, strike 1. Cleanup hitter Cole McConnell, left-handed hitter from Louisiana Tech, settling in. He was stranded in the 4th on second base after a 1-out walk. Evans set, infield back, pitch. Breaking ball hit to the right side, into the outfield, a base knock. 1 runner scores. Nishida comes in, no throw to the plate. 2 RBI single for Cole McConnell makes it 5-2 Hyannis. The Harbor Hawks offense, all about small ball, is getting the Anglers by a million paper cuts. 2 walks in the inning, now 3 singles, and Rocco Pepe's Little League home run off of Trevor Martin.
This inning is still young with only 1 away.
Hyannis has not hit a single baseball past a Chatham outfielder. 4 runs in the top of the 5th. after one in the top of the first that Mitch Jebb manufactured himself. A pinch hitter for the Harbor Hawks. Christian Moore comes in for Tito Flores, right-handed hitter. First pitch from Evans in the dirt, ball one. Moore attends Tennessee. He just finished up his freshman season with the Volunteers. From Queens, New York. Evans checks second twice, steals. Fastball up. Ball two.
Ian, you didn't see any signs of Tito Flores in left field having him exit this game, did you?
He didn't look injured, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah.
2-0 to Moore. Evans deals. Moore swings and misses. Oh, a healthy hack at 91 on the outer half.
He has to get out of the box and readjust his jersey.
A blue Harbor Hawks uniform tucked into white pinstripe pants. Moore might have got the extra small. His sleeves are rather short.
The schmedium.
2-1. Moore swings and misses. Another fastball on the outer half. Did you get it? Joe just slapped at a mosquito. 2-2 to Christian Moore in his schmedium and Tennessee Volunteers orange accessories. Facing his collegiate teammate Wyatt Evans. The pitch. Moore lifts it to right. Bryce retreats, comes in, makes the catch. Runner tags and goes back to second. Chanul thought about heading to third, but after 2 steps down the baseline, turned around to second. Grice put a strong cutoff throw on Marcus Brown's chest.
Wonder if Chanul knows that Caden Grice has a 95-mile-an-hour fastball.
It hit me mid-AB. The switch wasn't about Tito Flores. It's so Christian Moore could hit against Wyatt Evans, who we saw during practices. Dominic Patelli in the left-handed batter's box. He bunts the first pitch foul next to the Chatham dugout.
It almost hit our cameraman, Griffin Howe.
Another example of Hyannis small ball. With 2 outs and 2 on, Dominic Patelli tries to lay down a bunt. Left-handed batter. Next pitch. Strike. Slider, belt high. 0-2 count. Castagnazzi was at the infield grass for the last pitch. He backs up. Right side of Chatham's infield deep. 0-2 count, 2 outs. Evans set. Checks the runner on second. Twice. Deals home. Tapper to Ledford. He charges Fields, takes it to the bag himself, and ends the frame. 9 batters come to the dish for Hyannis in the top of the 5th, forcing starter Trevor Martin out of the ball game. Hyannis scores 4 runs on 3 hits, an error, and 2 walks. Rocco Pepe's Little League home run, the most ridiculous play Joe and I have seen in the Cape League this year. Hyannis with a 5-2 lead after 4.5, halfway there on the Cape Cod Baseball Network.
The Cape's leader, sports radio play-by-play. Go A's! Chatham on TRC. Cape Cod. Oh, we're halfway there. Oh, living on a prayer. Take my hand, we'll make it, I swear. Oh, living on a prayer. Time has got his 6 string high.
back at Veterans Field for the bottom of the 5th between Chatham and Hyannis. Chatham bars in call to the bullpen for the Harbor Hawks, going from one Jackson to another. Jackson Ballmeister hands it off to Jackson Emis, a right-handed pitcher from Princeton, a native of Clinton, Massachusetts, who stands 6'5", 245, throws from the right-hand side. This is his 8th appearance. Through 10 2/3. He's only allowed 1 run. It was unearned. Emis has struck out 14 batters, only walked 3. His ERA, 0. He's throwing his warm-up pitches from the stretch, starting crouched and delivering from a high 3/4 arm slot. He's 50% fastball. The heater averages out at around 90 miles an hour. His next best pitch, unknown. 18% of the time, Jackson Emis throws a pitch that Synergy Sports could not decipher. But his third most thrown pitch, the changeup and the slider, so we assume unknown, coming in at 89 miles an hour, would be some variation of the fastball. Marcus Brown leads off the bottom of the 5th for Chatham. He's followed by Rock Riggio and Cooper Ingle. Hyannis put up 4 runs in the top of the 5th, only 2 of them earned. Emis settles into the stretch. He bends at the waist, comes set. Brown in the left-handed batter's box. Pitch. Bounces and hits the home plate umpire. Mike Rabideau eats a breaking ball off the chest protector. He's all good. It's ball 1. Brown today 0 for 1. He had a sacrifice bunt in the 3rd. Emis winds, fires. Tapper back to the mound, past Emis to second base. Nishida fields, flips to first, it's wide. Brown scampers to second. Corona throws, they have him hung up. Patelli has it. Brown in between first and second, flip to Shanuel, who applies the tag. Tom Holliday quickly out of the third base dugout. Jorge Corona backed up the throw to first. Tom Holliday thinks the throw went into the Hyannis dugout. He's pointing to the back corner of the first base side dugout where Corona picked up the baseball and flung it to Patelli, who was covering second base. Brown took a wide turn on the overthrow and got hung up in between first and second. Hyannis executed the rundown properly. Brown reaches on an E4, but Corona, Patelli, and Shanuel combine to retire Chatham's shortstop.
So how about Hyannis scoring 3 runs on overthrows?
Here's Rock Riggio, first pitch, outside ball 1.
Hyannis has 1 overthrow, and Chatham gets out on the base paths.
And nobody backed up the play for Chatham. That's the difference. Jorge Corona was there and got the baseball immediately after the overthrow. Emis set, 1-0 pitch. Riggio swings and misses. Fastball in the dirt. On the other hand, Caden Grice was in right field, while the throw from Martin went to the fence. Grice was running over to grab it. 1-1 count to Rock Riggio, 0 for 2. A strikeout looking and a ground out, both against starter Jackson Ballmeister. Jackson Emis steals the 1-1. Pop fly center field. McConnell hustles in, he lays out, the ball drops between his glove. Base hit for Rock Riggio. Rolled a hit, a lazy fly ball. McConnell tried his best.
Riggio's now on a 3-game hit streak. That ties his season high. And that 3-game hit streak came before July 9th. So he's had a hit. If my math adds up here, I'm not really that good at math, Ian. 5 of the last 6 games. Right? Yes. No. 6 of the last 7 games. Told you I wasn't that good.
Riggio leads off first. Cooper Ingle in the left-handed batter's box. Pitch, low and outside, ball 1. Chatham as a team has 7 straight games with 6 or more hits. The A's right now have 2 runs on 4 base knocks. One of those, Caden Grice's solo shot in the bottom of the 4th. Ingle ready. Hyannis settling into his set. 2-1 count. Righty deals. Low and in, almost gets Ingle. It skips to the backstop. Riggio trots to second. Corona calls time. He had no chance of getting that baseball. It was behind Cooper Ingle's back left foot.
The ball hit the green padding behind home plate. It sat on the warning track. There's brick walls to either side of the green wall, of the green pad rather.
Hyannis takes his time on the mound, wiping his brow with his orange undershirt. Ingle with orange accessories, the Clemson orange, adjusts the front sleeve of his jersey and settles into the left-handed batter's box. Slightly open stance, hands at the letters. Hyannis deals. Low and outside. Ball 3. Cooper Ingle continues to get ahead in the count. He's a pitch away from his 21st walk.
He has stone cold takes as well. Pitches that miss just off the zone. He's eyeing them up.
Ingle peers out at Hyannis. Riggio leads off second. 3-0 pitch. Low and outside. Ingle winds up, tosses the bat to the third base dugout, and trots to first. It's automatic. Every single time, Ingle spots that 3-ball pitch coming in, and it's slightly off the plate. Ingle loads his bat to his front hip and shovels it towards the third base dugout.
You wonder if it's like a little reward after drawing a walk. He gets to flip his bat like it's almost a home run.
Baseball players are superstitious. I'd say Ingle keeps going with that. 21 walks. I mean,
hey,
something's working.
Right.
That on-base percentage climbing over 450.
Just going to say that.
First pitch to Grice in the dirt. Ball 1. Corona calls time and heads out to talk with his pitcher.
The thing is, too, you have a grueling at-bat against Jackson Hyannis. That now brings up Caden Grice, who has a walk and a home run in this game. There's a lot more work to do.
Grice is not someone you want to mess around with. He's constantly been tinkering with his swing with Rusty Greer, Chatham's new hitting coach, who's improved the team average by 17 points since arriving on July 6th. It was at 182 when Rusty showed up. It's now 199. Still the worst in the Cape League, but still.
Chatham also in this game collected its 300th strikeout as a team. The most in the Cape Cod League.
Chatham struck out 6 times today. 4 of those have come from Noah Ledford, who's on deck, and Johnny Castagnazzi. 1-0 pitch to Grice. Ball 2, low and outside. Hyannis isn't putting anything near the zone. For the past 2 hitters, he's been all over the place.
Being picky against a big power hitter.
Can you be picky as a pitcher?
I guess.
Not sure. Riggio on second, Ingle on first. 2-0 count to Grice. Hyannis deals. Big swing and miss. Well, left the fastball low and outside, and Grice went fishing. That's a swing you can afford to take when you hit a ball 395 in your last at-bat.
Now the wind's blowing towards left center field rather than dead center.
A slight haze rolls over the lights. A little fog coming in from behind us. Hyannis checks second, deals. Breaking ball, strike 2.
Those lights are working, right?
Oh, they're all on. No bulbs. Oh, I count one bulb
there is
out
one
behind the first base dugout, but it's certainly bright enough to play at Veterans Field.
33 more to go to match Spillane Field.
Yesterday, Chatham's matchup with Wareham ended before the bottom of the 6th in a 5-5 tie because of light failure. 2-2 to Grice, 2 men on. Riggio, the lead runner, on second. Hyannis, the pitch, up and out, ball 3. Could have been ball 4 had Caden Grice been a bit more patient, but regardless, he's in a count where Hyannis can't miss.
The thing is, too, Grice has to protect as well.
He's slightly choked up on his beige bat. Slightly bent knees in the left-handed batter's box. Full count. The payoff. Grice hits a foul ball off the brick backstop. Hyannis went with a breaker at 81. The slider inside.
Grice barely nicked it.
Got it off the handle of his bat, which is drenched in pine tar. Don't worry, we're not getting close to any George Brett situations. It's below the handle.
Well, no, how about 2 bats that Caden Grice has lost on swings?
Hyannis set, full count. The pitch. Foul ball. Grice got the underside of a fastball, sent it to the green padding behind home plate. Hyannis has gone breaking ball in, now fastball away. Caden Grice still fighting. As the 4th batter Hyannis has faced in the inning, the last 2 have reached. And the first, Marcus Brown, was caught in a pickle between first and second after a throwing error. Hyannis checks second. 3-2 count. He fires. Ball 4. Slider up and out. Did not break towards the plate. 3 consecutive batters have reached against Jackson Hyannis. Here's the second mound visit of the inning. The Hyannis bullpen has been stirring ever since the Riggio single.
So now Noah Ledford comes up to the plate with 2 strikeouts swinging. Tom Holliday said this a week and a half ago, a few games ago. He's excited to see the power bat of Noah Ledford finally come out. This would be a big-time moment as well.
A new Hyannis arm trots in from the right field bullpen. That means we'll have a Chatham Barzin call to the bullpen. Hyannis leads 5-2, but Chatham has the bases loaded with just 1 out and switch hitter Noah Ledford at the dish. New Harbor Hawk pitcher after the break on the Cape Cod Baseball Network.
Chatham on TRC, Cape Cod.
Hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack. And don't you come back no more.
What you say?
Hit the road, Jack. And don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack. And don't you come back no more.
Oh woman, don't treat me so mean. You're the meanest old woman that I've ever seen. I guess if you say so, I'll have to pack my things and go.
That's right, hit the road, Jack. And don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack. And don't you come back no more.
What you say?
Hit the road, Jack. And don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack. And don't you come back no more.
Now, baby, listen, baby, don't you treat me this away, 'cause I'll be back on my feet someday.
Don't care if you do, 'cause it's understood. You ain't got no money, you just ain't no good.
Well, I guess if you say so, I'll have to pack my things and go.
That's right, hit the road, Jack. And don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack. And don't you come back no more.
What you say?
Hit the road, Jack.
Chatham Barzin called the bullpen midway through the bottom of the 5th. The Anglers have the bases loaded with 1 down, but Joe, we've got a problem.
Oh, we got a big-time problem.
Coming into this ball game, Hyannis did not have a number 11 roster. And right now, a right-handed pitcher wearing the number 11 in royal blue and orange is throwing warm-up tosses.
This could be a case in which we missed the uniform. I think they just heard over the PA that Tommy O'Rourke is the pitcher on the game.
It is Tommy O'Rourke.
I really wanted to call him the mystery pitcher.
The right-hander from Clemson. Excuse me, not Clemson, Stanford. Rostered as number 36.
Okay. So the number 36 jersey in blue is currently in Hyannis.
Someone put out an APB. Bases loaded, one down. Lefty Noah Ledford up. First pitch. Breaking ball outside. Strike one. Mike Rabideau called it, and Jorge Corona framed it. O'Rourke's got a fastball, curveball, and changeup. He's only thrown a third of an inning for Hyannis this season. Riggio on third. Engel on second. Grice on first. 0-1 count. O'Rourke set. He deals. Outside. Ball one. Three players on the right side of the Hyannis infield. Patelli, the shortstop, behind the second base bag. Chanul on the first base grass. 1-1 pitch. Ledford swings and misses. Changeup, low and outside.
Do you want to know Tommy O'Rourke's line this season?
Hit me.
He's pitched a third of an inning, gave up 5 runs, 4 hits, no strikeouts, 2 walks. His ERA, 135.0.
Rather ominous start to Tommy O'Rourke's Cape League career.
Not what he had in mind. And that was on July 9th against Bourne in the game that was 18-10, the football game.
Well, someone had to blow it. 1-2 pitch in the dirt. Corona stopped it. 2-2.
So in Tommy O'Rourke's second Cape League appearance, he left his jersey at home. At least that's what we assume.
O'Rourke's a native of Morristown, New Jersey. A 4.41 ERA at Stanford this season in 30 appearances. 2-2 count to Ledford. Pitch. Popped up. Third base side, foul territory. Jeb ranges towards the fence, makes the catch on the warning track. Bases stay loaded with 2 outs. Despite O'Rourke losing his jersey and not doing so well against Bourne, that's a really big second out.
It is a big second out because Mitch Jeb had to locate the baseball in the fog. It's blowing in from behind home plate. And I would think, yeah, just from behind home plate.
You can see it with all the lights on at Veterans Field. The fog rolling in towards left center.
We haven't had a fog delay yet this year.
Johnny Castagnazzi in the right-handed box. First pitch. Strike one at the knees. Chatham's dugout says good leave, and then goes, Mike Rabideau's been given a couple of those low pitches lately. Overall, the zone's been consistent.
That first pitch strike to Ledford in the last at-bat was a little outside as well.
Castagnazzi has not liked the zone. He struck out twice. 0-1 pitch outside.
This fog is rolling.
Definitely going to cause some trouble for fielders looking at those lights. A big white mist coming from behind home plate and settling in left center field. 1-1. Low and away. 2-1 count to Castagnazzi, who has not been hitting well lately, but had a big-time hit against Hyannis. In the second game of Chatham's doubleheader at McKeon Park, Castagnazzi hit a solo home run to center field in the top of the ninth to secure a 4-4 tie. 2-1 pitch. High. Ball 3. Bases loaded with Riggio on third, Engel on second, Grice on first. O'Rourke has nowhere to put Johnny Castagnazzi. Outfield shifts left. Moore inching closer to the left field line. O'Rourke gets the sign from Corona. Comes set. The 3-1. Ball 4. Fastball above the letters. Riggio trots in to score. And Johnny Castigliazzi to first. An RBI walk makes it 5-3 Hyannis.
In that situation, a hit's just as good as a walk. Or, no, it's the other way around, isn't it? A walk
Something
is
like
just
that.
as good as a hit. Regardless, Castigliazzi brings home a run. I'll stop talking now.
Rock Riggio scores after his one-out single. Base is still juiced. Engel and Grice on third and second after 2 walks. And Castigliazzi on first. Here's Matt Hogan. First pitch. Outside. Oh, called a strike.
Late calls from Mike Rabideau.
It's the changeup that's diving back towards the outside corner to left-handed hitters. Hogan 0 for 1, a fly out to center and a walk. O'Rourke deals. Called strike 2. Fastball on the inside hip, and Hogan dips out of the left-handed batter's box. O'Rourke's already peering in for signs as Hogan peers at his black and beige bat. He leans back in the left-handed batter's box. O'Rourke set. 0-2 count, 2 outs, and the pitcher steps off. Bases loaded for Chatham. The Anglers have scored runs in 3 consecutive innings, but Hyannis up 4 with that top of the 5th, up 5-3. Pitch. Hogan swings and misses. Strike 3. Down to a knee as Hogan waved with his front hand at an outside fastball. He spikes the bat in the ground and walks back to the third base dugout. Chatham strands, the bases loaded. 1 run comes home in the bottom of the 5th. Riggio's 1-out single, he scores on the Castigliazzi walk. It's 5-3 Hyannis through 5 full frames.
Chatham A's on the air. Well, I was born in a small town, and I lived in a small town.
Back for the top of the 6th. Joe, I can't see into right center field. The fog is heavy atop Veterans Field in Chatham. Wyatt Evans back on the bump for the top of the 6th. And Jorge Corona in the right-handed batter's box. Evans, the lefty, deals. It's a strike. Belt high fastball.
6th inning. Tough to see. Wonder where I've heard that one before.
Well, the lights are on and fully functional. Evans fires in the dirt.
This would be an official game if it got called right now. Chatham on the losing side of things at the moment.
Because of a 4-run top of the 5th, started by Corona. Awaits the pitch. It's a called strike on the outside corner. Fastball, Rubenstein stuck it well. Corona singled to lead off the top of the 5th against starter Trevor Martin, then scored on Rocco Pepe's Little League home run. 1-2 pitch, up and out. The Little League home run, for those of you who are not familiar, is a play where a runner scores on multiple errors. Pepe reached on a throwing error from Martin. 2-2 pitch. Foul ball. Popped along the first base line. It's over the fence.
I didn't accomplish much in my baseball career, but I will say I had one of those Little League home runs.
It could be a ground ball. It's not limited to just a bunt.
Oh, I bunted.
It could be a ground ball that gets overthrown. But either way, multiple overthrows are usually involved. 2-2 pitch. Check swing, but it's ball 3. Corona kept the bat back before breaking the plane on a letter-high fastball. 3-2, bases clear, top of the 6th, no outs. Evans working from the windup. He deals. Inside, ball 4. Corona takes back-to-back fastballs and works a base on balls. And here is Pepe, the kick-starter for the Hyannis Little League home run. The throwing error from Martin went to the right field fence. Pepe was screaming out of the box. He made it all the way to third. And what I'd call defensive indifference, Joe, caused Caden Grice to throw the ball to second. First pitch up and in. Pepe spins out of the way. But the relay throw from Grice, instead of going in to the first baseman Ledford, who could get it to the plate, or even to the pitcher, came to Riggio, who was behind second base. And Pepe sped home. A mound visit from Jay Powell, who's going out to talk to a rather disappointed Wyatt Evans. A pitching change. Evans gives the ball off to Powell, who's quickly having a chat with Jack Rubenstein. A Chatham Bars in call to the bullpen, brings in Brian Holiday. The righty from Florida Southwestern getting ready to start his outing in the top of the 6th with a man on and no outs. Joe, let's check out some scores from around the Cape League. Sweet Tomatoes Pizza, where I got a very good prosciutto sandwich earlier today, presenting us those.
Oh, I had a chicken cutlet heated up in the microwave today. Very good. Let's go out to Spillane Field, where it had a 5 o'clock start. Wareham hosted Katuitt.
Did they make it through?
Oh, they did. Final
Yes.
score. Kettleers won 5-4. So Katuitt now has 35 points. No matter what Hyannis does today, they cannot take the West Division lead. Another final score at Red Wilson Field. YD took down Bourne 6-2. The 2 other games in action. The bottom of the 9th at Gov Fuller Field. Brewster has a 7-2 lead over Falmouth. And in the top of the 8th at Eldridge Park, Orleans with a 9-2 lead over Harwich. Those teams flipped spots in the standings. Harwich is on a 3-game win streak. Orleans on a 3-game losing streak. Looking like that will change after today's game.
Harwich has 25 points, Orleans 23. And you get 2 for a win, so those teams could be deadlocked in that 3 spot.
And that means that they would have 6 more points than Chatham.
It's crept up on the Anglers and Tom Holliday, but now Chatham's manager has it in full frontal view. He wrote a note on his dugout wall today, of course on a piece of paper, not on the wall itself, but a note on the dugout wall that said, "This is gut check time for every single position player in this Chatham lineup. We have to win games and put our butts on the line for these next 2 weeks, or we're not going to make the postseason."
I was talking to him before the game. He said the first half of the season was more on the individual side of things. Players that were getting drafted, trying to impress the scouts, get a bigger signing bonus. Now that we've reached the second half of the season, players like Chris Villeman, Carson Wisenhunt, they are off to the draft. This is now the team side of things. And Chatham is putting a focus on making a playoff push, playing as a team.
The draft starts on Sunday, July 17th, in just 4 days. Right now, the only thing the Anglers are worried about, the postseason. Brian Holiday in the ball game for Chatham, 5'10", right-handed pitcher from Florida Southwestern. He faces Rocco Pepe, also 5'10", designated hitter from Long Beach State. First pitch, Pepe pops it up. Shallow fly ball in right field. Grice can't get there. It drops between Riggio and Grice. Riggio runs it in. Corona got all the way to third, The catcher running on the crack of the bat. The fog continues to roll in. I don't know if Grice saw it off the bat, but either way, he wasn't going to get there.
No, he wasn't, and Rock Riggio met him in right field. You mentioned running the baseball in.
Why did Riggio run that baseball in?
I think he's remembering the Rocco Pepe at bat where there was 2 overthrows. He didn't want to risk anything with a throw to third base. That's just my assumption.
Runners on the corners, no outs for Michael Sirota. Sirota singled in the 5th. He was stranded on 3rd. Holiday set, he deals. Fastball down the middle. Strike 1. The fog is so thick above Veterans Field, it's at Caden Grice's hat. Holiday checks the runner on first, fires home. Sirota swings and misses. 0-2 count.
It's turned this pitch black sky gray.
Holiday comes set with his glove at the belt. He deals. Sirota swings and misses. 3 quick fastballs, and Mike Sirota rips off his helmet going back to the first base dugout. Brian Holiday in his 9th appearance. He's pitched 8 1/3, struck out 13, walked 6. Only given up 3 earned runs. First pitch to Jeb. Fastball down the middle, strike 1. Holiday's problems have come in his last 2 outings.
Yeah, I mentioned it earlier. His second to last appearance has no innings plus.
0-1 count, pitch. Breaking ball in the dirt. 1-1 to Jeb.
Against Harwich, he had 0 innings plus, gave up 2 hits, and earned a run. And then in his last appearance in Brewster, pitched an inning, gave up 2 runs on 2 hits, and blew the save.
Holiday deals. Jeb lifts it foul. Holiday is the only player on Chatham's active roster with a save.
Boy.
Someone that Tom Holiday trusted early on in the season to be the closer. But Holiday also said he wants Brian to get more innings. 1-2. Pop fly. Behind third base, Brown retreats into shallow left and makes the catch. Marcus Brown almost went tumbling backwards into shallow left field. Lost his footing but got it back as he made the catch off his left shoulder. Runners stay put on the corners. 2 down.
Marcus Brown continues to stare up into the sky. He just put his hands up in the air. That fog is thick.
Brown kicks dirt around at his shortstop spot. Castagnazzi in on the grass at third as Riku Nishida's in the left-handed batter's box.
When the fog rolled in, it stayed at the top of the lights. Now it's starting to come down on the field.
First pitch from Holiday. Fastball strike on the outside corner. Righty on lefty matchup. Nishida wearing Tito Flores' helmet. It's got the Michigan Block M in the center. Pitch. Breaking ball. High. Nishida bent down with the pitch as it dropped above the strike zone. 1-1 count. That's only Holiday's second spinner, usually his go-to pitch. Righty steps off the rubber and settles back in. Nishida with his front foot out of the box, now taps the far side of the plate, brings the bat to his chest. Holiday deals. Tapper right side. In between first and the mound. Riggio flips it to first. It goes past the bag and into the right field fence. 1 run scores. It's out of play. Pepe also comes home on another just bizarre fielding play. It was a high bouncer to the right side. Ledford thought about getting it, then went to first. And Rock Riggio tried to glove flip the ball on the move from second to first.
The umpires are now pointing for Rocco Pepe to go back to third base. He wasn't halfway down the baseline when time was called. But another defensive blunder. He's trying to move too fast and get Chatham out of the inning.
Pepe on third, Nishida on first on an error on Rock Riggio.
My goodness.
Chatham's third error of the ball game. The throw down to third makes sense. Martin's overthrow, you understand. But that one, I just don't know. It's ruled a hit for Nishida, who scrambled down the baseline on the infield single. And the Riggio glove flip allows them to advance. Pitch in the dirt.
And brought home the run.
Nolan Chanul in the left-handed batter's box. Holiday working from the windup with runners on second and third. Here comes Rubenstein out to the mound.
Rubenstein's running to the mound. You ever seen that before?
It's a vote of confidence for Brian Holiday. Rubenstein's not trying to wait for another pitcher to get warm. 1-0 count. Holiday deals. Fly ball left field. Garibay ranges back. He's towards the corner. It's foul. Seems like Garibay read that baseball rather well. Got a good jump, but with the wind blowing to the left field corner, the ball tailed away from Chatham's left fielder.
He set up in dead left field, too. It's not like he shaded towards left center and couldn't get there.
One count to Nolan Chanul. 0 for 2 with a walk. Left-handed batter awaits the pitch in the dirt. Bounces in front of the plate. Pepe scrambled down the third base line. Rubenstein faked a throw to third.
Oh, I thought he was going to throw it down there.
Pepe's jumping around off third base. Holiday glove at the face. Working from the first base side of the rubber. He steps off and waggles his finger, asking Rubenstein to repeat the signs. Nishida with a big lead off second. 2-1 pitch. Strike. Fastball on the inside corner at the knees. 2-2 count to Chanul. 2 outs. Runners on second and third. Hyannis with a 6-3 lead. Holiday kick, steals. Pop fly to left. Garibay racing in. He makes the catch. About 4 steps away from the left field line. Guy Garibay ends the inning and strands runners on second and third. Another run scores for Hyannis on another Chatham defensive mistake. 6-3 Harborhawks. Anglers up to bat, and the bottom of the 6th next.
Chatham A's on the air. Well, it was nearly summer. We sat on your roof. Yeah, we smoked cigarettes and we stared at the moon. And I showed you stars you never could see. Bet it couldn't have been that easy to forget about me. Baby, time meant nothing, anything seemed real. Yeah, you could kiss like fire and you made me feel like every word you said was meant to be. No, it couldn't have been that easy to forget about me. Baby, the losers.
It's 6-3 Hyannis. About to start the bottom of the 6th at Veterans Field. The fog's so thick, you could potentially cut it with a knife. Ian Unsworth, Joe Puccio to my left. Joe, we can barely see the fire station in right center field. The only thing I can catch are some car lights going through there. Oh no, we've got another meeting next to home plate.
Oh, no. What's the curse of the bottom of the 6th?
It happened yesterday, a game called off in Wareham because of light fixture malfunctions. 34 bulbs off at Spillane Field. and Chatham and Wareham ended tied at 5 before the bottom of the 6th. Now Tom Holliday, Eric Beatty, and the umpiring crew meeting next to Hyannis' dugout. In order for a game to be called because of fog, there first has to be a 30-minute delay. Right now it is 9:25 on the East Coast. Looks like Tom Holliday is doing most of the talking to the Hyannis manager and umpiring crew.
The pitcher's staying loose out on the mound.
And Tommy O'Rourke's still on the mound throwing warm-up tosses. Chatham's hunched over the third base dugout, and helmets are on hitters in anticipation of play. Hyannis bullpen fooling around. Nothing's new down there from the relief pitchers. Holliday still explaining things to Mike Rabideau, Rich Cabral, and Mike Hinojosa, tonight's umpiring crew.
The rest of the position players are meeting up behind, rather in front of second base. The umpires and managers are still deliberating to the right side of home plate.
A clear shrug now on the frame of Tom Holliday.
Palms in the air, too. But Ian, as you mentioned earlier, right, the only thing we can see in right field are the lights from the fire department. You can see some fans in right center field, but nothing in deep right.
I wonder if those fans in right center field can see the plate. Some of the Hyannis players are starting to walk towards the first base dugout. Riku Nishida's pushing them back towards second. He wants to play. And we're going to start the bottom of the 6th.
There we go.
Tom Holliday, with a little conviction, walks back to the third base dugout. And Jack Rubenstein grips his pine tar. Chatham's catcher digs a foothold in the back of the right-handed batter's box to face right-handed pitcher Tommy O'Rourke. O'Rourke in his first full inning, deals. Ball 1, outside.
So you wonder what that conversation was about.
Would have to do with the fog.
Well, obviously, but wait, what do they try and figure out here?
1-0 offering. Up and out, ball 2.
You think if they said if conditions get worse, then we'll start the delay, or just wait things out? That's maybe the discussion they had outside of home plate.
Right now the decision is to power through. Hyannis shortstop Dom Patelli is looking up at the sky, wringing out his neck. 2-0 pitch. High, ball 3. Mike Sirota in right is doing it as well. Hyannis players are trying to get a lay of the land, but more accurately, a lay of the sky with all this fog that's sunk in above Veterans Field. 3-0 pitch. At the knees, called strike 1. It's business as usual for both teams. Fans are sticking around as well. Fog not a problem for the Chatham supporters. 3-1 pitch. Up and out, ball 4. Rubenstein gets on to start the bottom of the 6th with a base on balls. Chatham's catcher has been on base all 3 times he's come to bat.
In 3 different ways, too. Single, hit by pitch, and now a base on balls.
Pitch runner, Mitchell Daly coming in the ball game. Wonder what this means for Chatham's catching spot. Nelson Rivera and Hayden Travinsky both available on the bench today. But Rivera has only made spot appearances for defense, and Travinsky was pulled yesterday after failing to catch pitches behind the plate.
The thing is that Daly's run doesn't mean much in the grand scheme of things.
Daly dives back to first as O'Rourke picks over. Daly's a third baseman. He's played third and second for Chatham, and he swung the bat really well in the past couple of games. But he's not throwing on any gear. Got Garibay in the left-handed batter's box. O'Rourke fires. Up and out, ball one. 80-mile-an-hour changeup above the zone. Mitch Jebb meanders behind third base. He was in at the grass for the first pitch. Jorge Corona, the catcher, is going out to the mound. I think more delays in this ball game only make it worse.
I will say, I can now spot the cars in right field. Couldn't do that at the start of the half inning.
Can only see one car driving from left to right down Depot Road towards Chatham Filling Station and Chatham Fish and Chips restaurants on the corners of Depot and 28. Sound like a local, Joe.
I know, right? That was impressive. We're here all the time. It sort of makes sense.
Garibay back into the left-handed box. Meeting on the mound's concluded. O'Rourke set, 1-0 count, runner on first. O'Rourke looks at the runner and deals. Oh, a called strike at the knees.
We've also shown our faces at those restaurants quite a few times.
Yes, we have. 3 eggs, please. Black coffee. 1-1 to Garibay. 1 for 3 today. He awaits the pitch. Check swing towards the Chatham dugout. Oh, heat-seeking missile on a half swing. The baseball got the back lip of the dugout.
It almost hit Johnny Castagnazzi, who might have taken a baseball off of his face while playing third base. Knocked his hat off, at the very least.
He looks all the well. He's peering at the baseball, which Jake DeLeo just grabbed. 1-2 count to Guy Garibay. Mitchell Daly on first. The pitch. Garibay, foul ball over the backstop. Daly's twitching off of first base. Neither Patelli nor Riku Nishida look rather interested in covering second. As you said, Joe, the run right now, not of much importance. Chatham down 6-3. 1-2 count. O'Rourke set. He deals. In the dirt. 2-2. Slider had no chance of being a strike.
If it's for a defensive replacement, then you sort of understand it. You want to get a speedy runner out there, but again, in terms of scoring.
Throw to first. Daly dives in safely.
Daly just has to score to cut into Hyannis' lead.
Hyannis scored 4 in the top of the 5th and 1 in the top of the 6th. A run in the top of the 1st as well. 2-2 to Garibay. No outs. The pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Throw back to first, not in time. Garibay goes down swinging. Chatham's 8th strikeout today.
From Oklahoma State, number 62, Marcus Brown.
It brings up Marcus Brown. He's trying to keep a 4-game hit streak alive. Brown's had a hit in every game against Hyannis, and he's had 2 hits in 3 straight games. Left-handed batter. O'Rourke deals. Ball 1 outside. The fog might be messing up Chatham's radar gun. The last pitch registered at 35 miles an hour.
Now that fog is thick in right field. Starting to lose my vision on those cars out there.
Getting a cold breeze across us in the press box as well.
Feels rather nice.
1-0 count, the pitch. Up. 2-0 to Marcus Brown, who got to first in his last at-bat on a throwing error from Riku Nishida. But Brown took a turn slightly too wide, got caught in a pickle. Jorge Corona backed up the throw, threw to Dom Patelli, the shortstop, who flipped it to Chanul, who tagged out Marcus Brown. 2-0 count, O'Rourke fires. Brown laces it left field. Right fielder back, he makes the grab at the track. And Daly heads back to first. The visibility not that bad. That was Hyannis' first real test. And Mike Sirota read that ball off the bat.
Hard hit baseball, too.
Brown's quest to find that hit continues. Here's Rock Riggio, who singled and scored in the bottom of the 5th. Chatham scored a run in the previous 3 innings. 3 runs on 4 hits for the Anglers. O'Rourke deals. Outside, ball 1. The righty from Stanford has now recorded his first full inning in the Cape League. Comes set with a man on first and 2 outs. He deals. Line drive into center field. McConnell stumbles coming in. The ball drops in front of him for a base hit. Daly advances to second. Still, McConnell seemed to see the ball well off the bat. He tripped over his own feet.
It seemed as if he started going to his left and then crossed his feet to go to his right, and that's what stumbled him.
And we have another mound visit. This is the second in the inning. Jorge Corona already went to talk to Tommy O'Rourke. And this time, Eric Beatty is making a pitching change. Another righty comes in from the Hyannis bullpen with Cooper Ingle and Caden Grice due up. Chatham with first and second in the bottom of the 6th. 2 outs, the Anglers down 3 against Hyannis. Pitching change up next on the Cape Cod Baseball Network.
Chatham on TRC, Cape Cod. I get up in the evening and I ain't got nothing to say. I come home in the morning, I go to bed feeling the same way. I ain't nothing but tired. Man, I'm just tired and bored with myself. Hey there, baby, I could use just a little help. You can't start a fire. You can't start a fire without a spark. This gun's for hire. Even if we're just dancing in the dark. Messages keep getting clearer. Radio's on and I'm moving around the place. I check my look in the mirror. Wanna change my clothes, my hair, my face, and I ain't getting nowhere. I'm just living in a dump like this. There's something happening somewhere. Baby, I just know that this. You can't start a fire. You can't start a fire without a spark. This gun's for hire. Even if we're just dancing in the dark.
Chatham bars in, call to the bullpen in the middle of the bottom of the 6th at a very foggy Veterans Field. Bruce is dancing in the dark. We're dancing in the fog. A whole lot going on. New pitcher, Jordy Allard, righty from Northeastern, a former Babson Beaver.
There we go.
He's appearing in his 9th game through 10 innings. He's got an ERA of .9. He's finished 5 games, a save to his name as well. Only allowed 1 earned run. It was a home run. Struck out 11, walked 2.
The pitch that Allard throws the most is the changeup. 81 miles an hour. He throws it 42% of the time. Around 40% of the time is the fastball that sits in the high 80s. He has a slider if he wants to use it, which is in the high 70s.
Allard right now is the oldest player on the Hyannis roster. 23 years old. The first batter he faces, left-handed hitting Cooper Ingle. First pitch. Strike at the knees. There's the changeup at 79 miles an hour. Mitchell Daly on second, Rock Riggio on first. Hyannis leads 6-3. Allard set, checks the runner, kicks, steals in the dirt. 1-1 count to Engel. Allard's just 5'9", but he throws over the top. The fog continues to roll towards left center field. And 2 fly balls in the inning. 1-1 pitch. Engel rips it, first base line foul. Rusty Greer ducked his head out of the way.
When Engel drops the barrel, it makes a loud cracking noise.
He got the most of a pitch on the inner half. Couldn't put it in fair territory. That fog has affected 2 fly balls, but not to the point where Hyannis' outfield couldn't see him. 1-2 count, the pitch. Ground ball back to the pitcher. Allard fields it, glove side, flips to first base, and gets Cooper Engel. Chatham strands 2 runners on base. Hyannis' 4th pitcher of the ball game comes in and retires the side. Still 6-3 Hyannis through 6 full frames. Brian Holiday back to the bump for the top of the 7th.
Chatham A's on the air.
Sun coming up over New York City. School bus driver in a traffic jam, staring at the faces in a rearview mirror, looking at the promise of the promised land. One kid dreams of fame and fortune. One kid helps pay the rent. One could end up going to prison.
Welcome back to a very foggy Veterans Field. About to start the top of the 7th between Chatham and Hyannis, the visiting Harbor Hawks with a 3-run lead. Nelson Rivera now in the ballgame, replacing Jack Rubenstein behind the plate. Brian Holiday, the first pitch. A strike. Fastball over the heart. Cleanup hitter Cole McConnell in the left-handed batter's box. He's 1 for 2 today. He's walked and singled. Stranded both times. Holiday fires. Swing and a miss. Big time wave at a breaking ball. Holiday brings the glove to his face. The right side of Chatham's infield very deep. 0-2 pitch. Lipped into center field. Hogan fields it on 2 hops. It's a base hit for Cole McConnell. Punched a curveball right back where it came from.
Simple baseball. Driving the ball where it's pitched.
Here's Christian Moore, the left fielder. He came in for Tito Flores in the 5th. To face his collegiate teammate Wyatt Evans. Moore flied out to right. Holiday from the stretch. Moore pops a foul ball over the first base dugout.
Fog's starting to change here, Ian. It's starting to rise a little bit more. You can make out the fans on the right field hill.
I can see those cars a bit clearer.
Yeah, it's definitely raising a little bit.
0-1 count to Moore. Short lead off first for the runner. The pitch. Up and in. 1-1. McConnell's stolen 5 bags this season. Has not been caught. He's got a 2.5-step lead off of first. Advances to 3 steps. Holiday fires home. Fly ball right field. Grice on his horse back to the track. It's in the gap. Grice catches it at the wall. McConnell back to first. 1 out. Riggio tips his cap to Caden Grice. Holiday does as well. An extremely long run out to the 357 sign in right center field. And Caden Grice made the catch with his back on the fence.
He's halfway between the 357 and 314 sign. Ranged all the way to his right to make that running catch. That ball had a chance to leave the ballpark.
First pitch to Don Patelli. Outside. Even Patelli shakes his head at the call. A breaking ball dropped in beautifully on the outside half. 1-0 count to Patelli. Holiday checks the runner, comes set. Castagnazzi in on the grass at third. Pitch. Inside. 2-0. Have to wonder if the whole infield lost that last fly ball. I couldn't see it. I was watching Caden Grice.
Well, if you lost it, then the infield must have as well.
Holiday set, he deals. Swing and a miss. 88 on the outer half. Patelli couldn't touch it. I'd say there's about 75 feet worth of space between myself and Rock Riggio. But still, the fog is very thick. We don't have any fog above our heads, Joe. 2-1, Holiday deals. Low. 3-1.
And now the fog is starting to drop back onto the field.
It's rolling in cycles. Randy Whistler calls for Brian Holiday to pitch to contact. Double play gets the A's out of the inning. 3-1 count, runner on first, pitch. Ball 4 in the dirt. Patelli on with the base on balls. First time the Hyannis shortstop has been on today. McConnell up to second after his leadoff single. Here's Jorge Corona, who's been on base in back-to-back innings. Singled and scored in the 5th and scored in the 6th. Corona represents 2 unearned runs Hyannis has scored today. Holiday comes set and checks the runner on second. He deals. Strike 1, breaking ball at the knees. Holiday checks the runner twice. A 1 pitch. Runners take off. Breaking ball in the dirt. And there's no throw for Rivera. 1-1 count. McConnell advances to third. And Patelli to second.
Hyannis is using the base paths to their advantage today.
Harbor Hawks have stolen 4 bases. Chatham infield in. 1-1 count, the pitch. Foul ball back to the screen. The Anglers' outfield shifts to the right. Hogan directly behind the second base bag in center field. 1-2 count to Corona. It's his Cape League debut. Pitch. Ground ball right side. Ledford fields backhand, throws home. Tag in time. Noah Ledford fired a strike to the knees of Nelson Rivera, and Chatham's catcher planted the tag on Cole McConnell's left shoulder just before McConnell slapped home plate. That's the second out of the top of the 7th. Runners on the corners.
Ledford fielded that ground ball and stared right towards home plate. Fired that ball right towards Rivera.
Corona reaches on the fielder's choice. Here's Rocco Pepe. Single in the 6th. Little League home run in the 5th. Ground out in the 3rd. Pitch. Foul ball back to the netting. Pepe caught the underside of a fastball. Came into this game 11 for 61. And this is 21st contest. Holiday deals. Ball. Curveball high. Pepe's known as the Juice Rabbit by the Hyannis team and media staff because of his infectious energy and his muscles. 1-1, the pitch. In the dirt, it skips off Rivera and kicks to the backstop. Patelli scores, Corona to second. Wild pitch from Brian Holiday. Plates Tom Patelli. It's 7-3 Hyannis in the top of the 7th.
Patelli was moving during the pitch. The curveball spiked in front of home plate. He was already more than a quarter of the way down the base path.
Sometimes base runners read that ball before it gets to the dish. Corona on second. Chatham's infield retreats. 2-1. High. Rivera jumps out of his crouch to get the baseball. 3-1 to Pepe. Mike Sirota waits on deck. He's 1 for 3 today. Holiday comes set, looks at Corona, deals. Swing and a miss. A foul tip on a fastball high and outside. The count goes full with 2 outs. Corona on second. Chatham's infield back, outfield straight away. Holiday checks the runner, deals. Low and in, ball 4. Pepe had no chance at swinging at a fastball that almost clipped his back knee. He's on first, Corona on second for Michael Sirota.
The story in the first half of the season for Chatham was the pitching was a bright spot. The hitting didn't show up. Seems like that narrative has now switched during the second half of the season.
Righty on righty matchup. First pitch to Sirota. Big swing and miss. Sirota tomahawked at a high fastball. 90 miles an hour, head high. Rivera popped up ready to throw down to first. Sent Pepe scrambling back to the base. Riggio holds the runner on second. Holiday deals. Pop up. First base side, foul territory. Holiday over. Ledford calls him off and makes the catch. Chatham's first baseman ends the inning halfway between first base and home plate. It's 7-3 Hyannis through 6.5. It's time for the 7th inning stretch. We'll give it to Peter Burns.
Brooke, Ian, and Sophia, the original members of the Hall of Fame. Matthew, Luke, Felix, Abby, Ava, Olivia, JD, Patty, Ed, Mary Kate, Liz, Buzz, and James. Are you ready? All right. On 3, a 1, a 2, a 3.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the ground. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I ever get back to it. Root for the Anglers. If they win, it's a shame. 'Cause it's 1, 2, 3 strikes to out of the ball game.
Through fog and all, the 7th inning stretch still goes from the Chatham Anglers fans. 7-3 Hyannis through 6.5. We'll be back with Caden Grice leading off the bottom of the 7th.
Cape Cod Baseball Network and the A's. Sports Radio play-by-play. Chatham A's on the air.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker
A quick stretch. It's time for the bottom of the 7th. Hyannis leads Chatham 7-3 in dense fog. Alongside Joe Puccio, I'm Ian Unsworth. Caden Grice, Noah Ledford, and Johnny Castagnazzi do up against the right-hander Jordy Allard, who comes set and deals. A strike on the outside corner. First pitch changeup. Allard came in the bottom of the 6th and got Cooper Ingle to bounce right back to him. He stranded runners on 1st and 2nd. Inherited from Tommy O'Rourke. 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Another changeup in the dirt.
Grice taking his time to get back in the left-handed batter's box. Quickly down 0-2 in the count.
He's been on base all 3 times today. 2 walks and a solo home run to dead center field. 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Allard placing that changeup low and outside. Gets the first out.
Grice way in front of that off-speed pitch.
The final line on Tommy O'Rourke, by the way, an inning and a third. 1 hit, 2 walks, 2 strikeouts. No earned runs. First pitch, swing and a miss. Noah Ledford can't touch 86 on the outer half. Would think that's Allard's fastball. Fog very thick, it's lowering its way onto Veterans Field. 0-1. Ledford waves and misses. Changeup.
We're back to the point in the game where you can't see the cars in right field.
I can barely see the hill.
Yeah. I just see 6 lights from the fire department.
Allard deals, bounces a changeup. I know Mike Sirota in right is wearing orange and blue because of my intuition. But he's not exactly easy to see.
Neither is center fielder Cole McConnell.
Allard deals. Ledford cuts and misses. Back-to-back at-bats where Chatham's hitters, their best power hitters at that, have looked absolutely listless against Jordy Allard. Here's Johnny Castagnazzi.
Well, the starter, Jackson Baumeister, had a fastball in the mid-90s. So you're taking off about 10 miles an hour with Jordy Allard.
We had 2 pitchers in between this as well. First pitch. Strike right down the middle. Ledford's strikeout was Chatham's 10th as a team. Joe, you hit on it earlier today. The A's have now struck out over 300 times in this Cape League season. 0-1. Another strike on the outside corner.
Over 300 times. We're at game 28.
As we stated earlier, we're not mathematicians. I don't need to figure out what that averages out to.
Oh, no.
Castagnazzi rests the bat off his right shoulder. He struck out twice, walked in his last plate appearance. Allard deals. Swing and a miss, strike 3. The righty ramped it up to 90 and sat down Castagnazzi. Jordy Allard strikes out the side. He only throws 3 balls in the inning. After runs in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th, Chatham's scoreless through the last 2 frames. Stranded 2 runners on in the bottom of the 6th and had no chance against Allard in the 7th. Brian Holliday's back out to the bump for his 3rd inning of work, and Joe Puccio takes us home driving through the fog on play-by-play. Hyannis a 7-3 lead through 7 on the Cape Cod Baseball Network.
Sports Radio, play-by-play. Go A's! Chatham on TRC. I spent 20 years trying to get out of this place. I was looking for something
If you're a fan at Veterans Field, you look out to the left center field scoreboard. All you can see are the orange lights that show a 7-3 Hyannis lead. Other than that, you can barely make out Chatham Anglers on the top, and the red A's logo is hiding in the fog. Alongside Ian Unsworth, I'm Joe Puccio. A Chatham Bars Inn call to the bullpen for Chatham. Third relief pitcher of the game, the right-handed Connor Bovair, steps on the mound. Just wrapped up his sophomore season at North Carolina, a native of Saratoga, New York. He's pitched 6 innings this season, given up 7 hits, 2 earned runs, 6 strikeouts, and 3 walks. This is his 5th appearance of the season with an ERA of 3 flat.
And it's interesting that Brian Holiday went out to the mound before this inning started, got yanked before he was going to throw his warm-up pitches for Bovair.
Bovair is the pitcher to start this top of the 8th inning. He faces Michael Sirota, the 9-hole hitter, who's 1 for 3 today. First pitch to Mitch Jebb, grounder right up the middle. Marcus Brown fields it to the right side of second base, throws over to first. He's safe. Hard hit ground ball right up the middle. Marcus Brown sprinted from his post at short, fielded the baseball behind second base, threw it from the right side of the bag, his left. But Mitch Jebb gets on first.
Jebb, with his slap-hitting style, hustling down the first base line. He made contact and immediately started sprinting.
Mitch Jebb, the leadoff hitter in the inning, gets on first base with a leadoff single. Bovair comes set. First pitch to the lefty Nishida. Squares around a bunt, pops it in the air. Nelson Rivera catches it. Chatham's backstop, who inserted the game the last half inning, ripped off his mask, sprinted to his left, made the underhand catch for out number 1.
Quick reactions from Rivera to get the mask off, drop it as Nishida quickly squared around.
10:03 p.m. here on the East Coast. First pitch was at 7:01 today. Just reached the 3-hour mark. First pitch to Shanuel. Pitch misses outside. Throw down to second. Not in time. Mitch Jebb steals second base. The third bag he's stolen today.
He's got the green light. Took off, no hesitation, as soon as Bovair started his leg lift.
The pitch missed low and outside to the lefty Shanuel. 1 out, runner on second. The pitch skips in the dirt. Jebb was running off of second base. His secondary league was more of a jog. Pitch missed low and away, 2-0. Shanuel with no hits today, but a walk in the 5th inning. He is 0 for 3. Bovair takes 2 looks toward second, lifts his leg, and fires. Ground ball right side. Rock Riggio fields it on 2 hops, throws over to first, sets down Shanuel. Jebb moves to third, but there are now 2 away.
The center fielder, number 32, Cole McConnell.
Two gone in the top of the 8th. Hyannis with a 7-3 lead. Brings in Cole McConnell. He stands in the left-handed batter's box with run number 8, 90 feet away from him. Bovair shifts from the stretch to the full windup. Hands at his face, hands over his head. He deals. Swing and a miss. Fastball at 90 miles an hour. McConnell can't touch it for strike 1. Infield, outfield, straight away. Runner on third with 2 outs. Righty on lefty battle. The 0-1 pitch from Bovair. Changeup just misses inside. 1-1. Fog continues to roll in. Slower than it was at the start of the game, but still coming in from home plate. 1-1 pitch. skips in the dirt. Fastball at 91 missed low and inside.
This is a good outing for Beauvais, or at least a good time for Beauvais to get in the game. Someone who's trying to lengthen out his arm and needs a comfortable inning or two.
He has a runner on third with 2 outs. Chatham trails 7-3. 2-1 pitch. Grounded foul down the first base line. Ball bounces back into fair territory by Hyannis' bullpen. 2-2 with 2 outs. Cole McConnell had a single in the 5th inning and a single in the 7th inning. 2 for 3 today. Beauvais comes set, hands at the belt. Glances towards third. Delivers home. Popped foul over the protective netting. Right over the press box along the third base line.
Crowd has started to thin out over the past inning and a half or so.
We can only see the ones that are behind home plate and down each baseline. Can't see any fans in right field.
I'd commend them if I could.
Beauvais comes set, 2-2. Swing and a miss. Drop third strike, Rivera places the tag. That does it. For the first time since the top of the 4th, Hyannis doesn't score in the half inning. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, and Mitch Jebb left stranded at third. Home half of the 8th coming up next on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. Hogan, Rivera, and Garibay due up for the A's. Hyannis with a 7-3 lead.
Chatham on TRC, Cape Cod.
Bottom of the 8th here at Veterans Field. Chatham stands back up to the dish, trailing 7-3 to the Hyannis Harbor Hawks. With Ian Unsworth, I'm Joe Puccio. The fog continues to roll in from behind home plate. Rises just a little bit so we can see some fans in right field. First pitch to Matt Hogan. Popped down the third base line, drifting out of play, and it lands out of play. Foul ball. Jordy Allard, the righty, still on the bump. He came in the bottom of the 6th inning. 0-1 pitch. Changeup misses low. 1-1. Matt Hogan 0 for 2 today. Fly out in the 2nd, a walk in the 4th, and a strikeout swinging in the 5th. He punched out with the bases loaded. 1-1. Fastball. Called strike on the inside corner. Hogan shakes his head and puts his left hand on the barrel. 1-2 count. Allard, left side of the rubber, deals. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 4 consecutive strikeouts for Jordy Allard. The righty from Northeastern now up to 15 punch-outs on the year. Out number 1.
Allard's another one of those guys that pitches backwards. Started with his changeup and dials up the fastball deeper in counts.
First at bat for Nelson Rivera. He takes a pitch low for ball 1. That was another changeup. Nelson Rivera came in as a defensive replacement in the 7th inning. Jack Rubenstein was the starting catcher, and he went to first and Mitchell Daly was the runner. 1-0. Fastball, called strike on the outside corner, 1-1. Ian, the energy has sort of died down here at Veterans Field.
ever since that meeting.
1-1 pitch. Misses low and away, ball 2.
It was that fog consultation between Tom Holliday, Eric Beatty, and the umpiring crew. After that, everyone seemed to have simmered down. There was a lot of energy going around with both teams, scoring, Chatham constantly threatening, runners on base and back-to-back innings, and blank.
2-1 pitch to Rivera. Curveball, swing and a miss. Rivera drops to a knee. Counts even at 2-2.
It's like when the umps went out to chat with Tom Holliday, they stuck a pin in the balloon.
The buzz has left the building. Bottom of the 8th, 1 out. Hyannis 7-3 lead. 2-2 pitch. Flare to right center field. Down for a base hit. Nelson Rivera's first at bat, successful. Gets on base with a single.
And maybe that brings a little bit of pop back to Chatham.
Still a long ways to go, trailing 7-3. But the order flips for Guy Garibay. 1 for 4 today with a single in the 3rd. He was left stranded at third base. Rivera with 2 strides off of first. The pitch, called strike on the outside corner. 0-1. Runner on first with 1 out. A righty on lefty matchup. 0-1. Swing and a miss. Oof. Garibay golfs at a changeup low and away. 0-2.
And you know that Allard changeup is good. Garibay, after finishing his swing, stumbled towards the other batter's box.
He gets back into the left-handed batter's box, but Jordy Allard calls time. Steps off again. And gets brand new signs from Jorge Corona behind the plate. Comes set, hands held high. 0-2. Ground ball right side. Shanuel throws it over to first. Allard steps on the bag. A 3-1 putout sets down Guy Garibay. A slow roller moves Nelson Rivera to second base. 2 outs.
Good communication between the first baseman and pitcher. The call of get over. That's Allard hustling to the bag. And Shanuel with a great flip. Nice and easy. Let Allard catch and step on the base with time.
2 outs in the bottom of the 8th. Here's Marcus Brown. First pitch to the lefty. Fastball right over the plate for strike 1. The fog is lifted. We can now see the fire department in right field. And we can also see a few cars that are still here. Allard's 0-1. Change up, misses low. Ball 1.
Kudos to those people that have stuck around. Troopers.
There's a group of fans with beach chairs in right center field, closer towards the American flag. But then there are cars with trunks open. 1-1 pitch. Ground ball right side, and Nishida fields it. Throws over to first, gets Marcus Brown for out number 3. Marcus Brown threw his bat halfway down the baseline. The Anglers' bat boy has a rather difficult trek over to first base to get Marcus Brown's bat, but that does it for the bottom of the 8th inning. No runs on just 1 hit, no errors, and Nelson Rivera left stranded at second. 1 more inning to play here at Veterans Field. Hyannis with a 7-3 lead.
Chatham on TRC, Cape Cod. I'm gonna wait till the midnight hour. That's when my love comes tumbling down. I'm gonna wait till the midnight hour when there's no one else around.
Top of the 9th inning here at Veterans Field. Hyannis has a 7-3 lead over Chatham. We're reaching the 3-hour and 15-minute mark in today's game. With Ian Unsworth, I'm Joe Puccio. Christian Moore, the batter, battles Connor Bovair on the mound. First pitch. Off speed, skips in the dirt for ball 1. Christian Moore came in as a pinch hitter in the 7th inning. Flied out to center. 1-0. Check swing. Did he go around? Yes, he did, says the first base umpire. 1-1. So Christian Moore came in for Tito Flores. The left fielder from Michigan was 0 for 3. Bovair lifts his leg. 1-1. Ground ball, left side. 2 hops to Marcus Brown at short. Throws over to first, gets Christian Moore for out number 1. A rather routine play. Marcus Brown just took 2 steps in, fielded the baseball into his chest, and gunned it over to first for out number 1.
That describes the last inning. Routine. Inning and a half even, when Chatham came up to bat last against Jordy Allard and struck out 3 straight times. Nothing has gone on in the past 2 innings of this ballgame.
You can certainly feel it. The energy in this ballpark has pretty much vanished. The left-handed Dominic Patelli gets ready to go. First pitch. Curveball, called strike. Catches the lower part of the zone. It's 0-1. Patelli walked in his last at-bat. He stole second base and scored on a wild pitch. 0-1. Swing and a miss. Boy, his chin's all the way towards the right field foul pole. 0-2 to the lefty.
That was a big-time swing with no result.
Infield, outfield, straight away. Fog continues to settle in. 0-2. Misses low and outside.
It's starting to rise. The fog is not that bad at this point in time. It was rough during the 6th and 7th, but everything's visible now.
Bovair steps off the mound to get new signs. Now, hindsight's always 20/20, but it's probably a good idea they didn't delay the game because of the fog back in the 6th inning.
He'll be here till 11.
1-2. Line drive, but trails foul. Right down the right field line. The ball skips into Hyannis' bullpen. Yeah, this game's already been going on for over 3 hours and 15 minutes. Could you imagine what a half-hour delay would do?
Be Anglers Extra at midnight.
Anglers After Dark. 1-2. Foul ball down the left field line towards the parking lot over by the Red Nun Bar and Grill.
That might be a car.
Did you hear something?
No, but it's dangerously close to where I parked.
Uh-oh. Good thing I got my car battery fixed today, so I can drive you anywhere if you need it. Count stays at 1-2 with 1 out in the top of the 9th. Hyannis with a 7-3 lead. The pitch. Flare to left field. Castagnazzi, the third baseman, runs out of room. The ball trails out of play. 3 straight foul balls from Patelli.
Would you like to detail to the people why your car was left behind the Veterans Field press box last night?
You know what, I will, because it's not an embarrassing story, so I'm not afraid to admit it. We got back from Wareham at around 11:30 last night. The 1-2 pitch. Ground ball to Riggio at second. Takes 3 hops. Throws over to first. Ooh, close play at the bag. But he's called out. Rock Riggio took his time over at second. Patelli was flying down the first base line. He's out by a half step. 2 outs in the 9th. That brings up Jorge Corona. So we got back from Wareham at 11:30. I had a cannoli. It was very good.
Provided by me from Modern Pastry.
I appreciate you immensely for that. And so once we finished the cannoli, first pitch to Corona, fastball, misses high and outside. It took me about 10 minutes to move all the stuff back in here and eat my cannoli. And all of a sudden, my car wasn't working. We parked it right up here by the press box. 1-0 pitch to Corona. Fastball misses outside, 2-0. So I left the car here at the press box overnight. Woke up at 7 a.m., walked over to a nearby repair shop. The mechanic said to get the car towed over here. I thought it was a starter issue because the lights kept flashing. 2-0. Swing and a miss. Corona stares into the sky in left field. Missed the fastball 91 miles an hour. 2-1. Where am I? I'm on the mechanic. Yes. So I thought it was a starter issue when the lights came on. But actually, just my battery was on its last legs. 2-1. Fastball dots the outside corner. 2-2. And so got the car jumped, thanks to AAA. Drove the car over to the repair shop. Tested my battery. And the mechanic said, got to get it fixed right now. So the original battery, after 90,000 miles, replaced. 2-2. Fastball called. Strike 3. Corona stares at a fastball outside and ends my car battery story.
How many miles did you have on that thing, Joe?
90,000. We're actually, we're like about 25, 30 miles away from hitting the 90,000, so we're close.
That's a good battery.
Oh, man,
you got
great
a lot
battery.
of mileage out of that thing.
But now we got a brand new one gearing up for the road trip tomorrow in Bourne. Before that road trip to Bourne, Chatham has 3 outs to work with. Hyannis has a 7-3 lead. We'll go to the bottom of the 9th after this on the Cape Cod Baseball Network.
Sports Radio, play-by-play. Go A's, Chatham on TRC.
I was trying to find my way home, but all I heard was a drone bouncing off a satellite, crushing the last lone American night. This is radio nowhere. Is there anybody alive out there? This is radio nowhere. Is there anybody alive out there? I was sitting around a dead dial, just another lost number in a file, dancing down a dark hole, just searching for a world with some soul. This is radio nowhere. Is there anybody alive out there? This is radio nowhere. Is there anybody alive out there? Is there anybody alive out there? I just wanna hear some rhythm. 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 1,000 guitars, I want the pounding drums. I want a million different voices speaking in tongues.
The fog rises above the lights at Veterans Field. We start the bottom of the 9th inning. Hyannis with a 7-3 lead, an advantage the Harbor Hawks have held since the top of the 1st. With Ian Unsworth, I'm Joe Puccio. The last chance for Chatham, Rock Riggio, Cooper Ingle, and Caden Grice. I should say the last chances against brand new pitcher Isaiah Rhodes. The righties, first pitch. Fastball misses inside, skips all the way to the backstop. 1-0. Isaiah Rhodes, a right-handed pitcher from Southern Miss. This is his 4th appearance of the season. He's thrown 4 1/3 innings, given up 7 hits, 1 earned run, 8 strikeouts, and 2 walks. 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. 74-mile-an-hour changeup. Riggio way in front. 1-1.
And this Chatham Barson called to the bullpen. Rhodes, fastball, slider, changeup. Majority of his pitches are breaking balls. He throws sidearm.
His left foot offset from his right. Hands at the belt, he deals. Changeup finds the strike zone. 1-2. This is the 5th different pitcher that Hyannis has used today. Started with the starting pitcher, Jackson Baumeister. Through 4 innings, gave up 3 hits and 3 runs. 1-2 to Riggio. Check swing, ground ball to third. Mitch Jebb feels it, throws over to first, beats Riggio by half a step. He's out. Slow roller to third base, opposite field. Jebb gunned the baseball in the baseline between second and third, a few steps away from the third base bag. That's out number 1.
Have to give Riggio credit for the hustle. He was busting it down the baseline.
Another left-handed batter, Cooper Ingle, gets ready to go. 1 out here in the bottom of the 9th. Chatham trails by 4. 7-3 Harbor Hawks. Rhodes comes set, fires. Fastball misses high and outside for ball 1. Chatham, the only team in the Cape League with less than 20 points. If Chatham doesn't score 4 or 5 runs here, it'll stay that way. 1-0. Fastball catches the outside corner. 1-1. The low and away pitch to lefties has been called a strike all day long from home plate umpire Mike Rabideau. Infield, outfield, straight away. The 1-1 from Rhodes. Changeup misses inside. 2-1. Falls out of Corona's glove. Many fans have found their way back home, Ian. The grandstand was full to begin this game nearly 3.5 hours ago.
It's time to put the kids to bed.
It's time to put me to bed. 2-1 pitch. Line drive, center field. McConnell to his right. Makes the catch. A screamer to deep center field. McConnell only took about 2 steps to his right. And now Chatham's down to its final out.
And the fog's pretty much clear in center field. McConnell saw that ball well. Had to retreat straight back, but angled his body so he could catch it off to the side.
Bottom of the 9th, 2 outs. Caden Grice digs into the left-handed batter's box. Rhodes comes set. Lifts his leg, deals. Swing and a miss. Grice creates a breeze with his fan, 0-1. Hyannis with 7 runs on 8 hits, 1 error. Chatham with 3 runs on 6 hits, 3 errors. 0-1. Skips in the dirt, counts even at 1-1. With a loss, Chatham would fall to 6-15-7. Grice with a bat above his left shoulder, 1-1. Swing and a miss. Fishes at a slider outside. Chatham down to its final strike.
And it would be Chatham's first loss since last Thursday against Brewster.
Four-game point streak for Chatham, but
weird to say that in baseball.
Yeah, right? It's like playing hockey. 1-2 count, 2 outs. Rhodes, the pitch. Misses low. 2-2. Chatham 2-3-5 in the last 10 games. Its 7 ties are the most in the Cape. 2-2 count, 2 outs. The pitch popped up, drifting towards foul ground. It's out of play by the parking lot. Hyannis put up 4 runs in the top of the 4th inning, rather top of the 5th inning. Propelled Hyannis to this lead. They got 1 run in the top of the 1st inning and maintained that lead throughout the whole ball game. Rhodes 2-2. Line drive over Nishida's head. Base hit in the right field. The second baseman jumped as high as he could. Riku Nishida, all 5'6" of him, jumped in the air to attempt and make the grab. But Caden Grice finds the outfield grass. It's a single into right field.
Grice scalded that baseball off the bat. Stroked a line drive. Got the barrel on an outside fastball. Let's see what Anthony Nunez can do.
Nunez pinch hits for Noah Ledford. A left-handed bat for a left-handed bat.
Switch hitter for switch hitter.
First pitch. Slider catches the outside corner. 0-1. The infield and outfield in normal depth. The first baseman, Chenewell, not holding Grice at first. Rhodes comes set. Deals 0-1. Changeup. Misses outside. 1-1.
Hyannis has thrown 5 right-handed pitchers today against Chatham order, which started with 6 left-handed batters.
1-1 pitch. Line drive, left field. Flores runs to his right, drops in front of him. Ball goes past the left fielder. Caden Grice rounds third. It's in Chatham's bullpen. Nunez goes to third. He rounds third. He halts in the middle of the baseline, slides back to third. He's not at the base.
No one's there. It's okay.
They call it a dead ball. Didn't see that sign from the third base umpire. So Nunez rounded third base. He's now halfway in between second and third. He throws his elbow guard over towards Randy Whistle, the third base coach. He goes back to second, but Caden Grice doesn't come home to score. He stays at third. A chorus of boos come in.
It's a clean base hit, certainly. It rolled under Christian Moore's glove and kept on going. Maybe the grass is slick because of the fog. But either way, if that ball doesn't go past the chalk line next to Chatham's bullpen and into out of play area, I mean, Anthony Nunez could have scored.
Oh, definitely.
What about 2 Little League home runs in the same game? Oh my gosh.
Certainly be poetic. The fog, Little League home runs, what else could you ask for? Runners on second and third. Pinch hitter Lyle Miller Green stands in. First pitch. Fastball catches the outside corner. 0-1. A righty on righty matchup. 0-1. Swing and a miss. Miller Green quickly down 0-2. Lyle Miller Green was a pinch hitter once this season. He made his debut on July 2nd. July 3rd was the only time he pinch hit. That game was at Eldridge Park. 0-2 pitch. Fastball misses high and away. 1-2. Grice at third, Nunez at second. Lyle Miller Green stands in at the right-handed batter's box. Takes one practice cut. Rhodes hands at the belt, lifts his leg, fires. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Ball game over. 3 errors for Chatham defensively. Occur in the first, 5th, and 6th. 1 error in each half inning, respectively. Hyannis puts up a 4 spot in the top of the 5th inning and propels itself to a 7-3 win over Chatham. The A's fall to 6-15-7 on the season. It's time for the Anglers Extra postgame show. Chatham does not get a point for the first time since the Brewster game on Thursday, July 7th. The Anglers Extra postgame show starts after this break. Ian Unsworth will be diamond side with an A. And we'll also go through the highlights and preview tomorrow's game in which Chatham heads to Bourne. Hyannis wins 7-3. Anglers Extra postgame starts after this.
Sports Radio, play-by-play. Go A's, Chatham on TRC.
It's time for the Anglers Extra Postgame Show here on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. Chatham held pointless for the first time since last Thursday. A 7-3 loss to the Hyannis Harbor Hawks. Hyannis second place in the East Division. Chatham dead last in the East and the Cape Cod League. I'm Joe Puccio. We'll have an interview with Ian Unsworth and an angler, Diamond Side. Let's go over the totals for today's game. First for Hyannis. 7 runs on 8 hits and 1 error. Chatham with 3 runs on 8 hits and 3 errors. And boy, those were some costly errors for Chatham. The first one was in the top of the first inning. Mitch Jebb stole third base. Jack Rubenstein popped up from his crouch behind home plate, threw it down to third, and the ball went into left field. Then there was an error in the 5th inning, in which was a Little League home run that we called it during the game. A bunt from Rocco Pepe. Trevor Martin overthrew first base. The ball went into right field, and once Caden Grice picked up the baseball, Pepe was rounding second on his way to third. That was then an overthrow, and the ball went into left field. Rocco Pepe came all the way around to score. That was the third of Hyannis' 7 runs today. So 3 big-time defensive blunders, and 2 of them happened in the same play. Those were the 3 errors that gave Hyannis 3 runs. Hyannis would win by 4, but it still made a big difference in today's game. The winning pitcher in today's game, Jackson Baumeister, pitched 4 innings, gave up 3 hits, 3 runs, all of them earned, 6 strikeouts, and 3 walks. The losing pitcher, Trevor Martin, pitched 4 innings plus, gave up 3 hits, 4 runs, but get this, only 1 of them was earned. 5 strikeouts and 2 walks. Chatham as a team falls to 6-15-7, 19 points in the East Division, as I mentioned earlier. Last place in the East and last place in the Cape Cod Baseball League. And taking a look at the scores from today across the Cape Cod Baseball League, Orleans took down Harwich. So now the Firebirds and the Mariners both have 25 points, but Orleans now has 11 wins. So the Firebirds move into 3rd place, Harwich in 4th, but 6 points ahead of Chatham. Katuitt won today to improve to 35 points, and Hyannis got 2 points in today's win, so they are still just 1 point back from the West Division leaders. Today was a big day for the Chatham Athletic Association and for Chatham A's history. A Chatham alum was named the interim manager for the Toronto Blue Jays. John Schneider took over for Charlie Montoya earlier today. Schneider posted 19 hits in 20 games for Chatham back in 2001. Schneider is the 3rd A's player to serve as an MLB manager. He joins Jim Tracy and Joey Cora. Schneider caught most of the important games for the 2001 team. And John Schiffner said earlier today that the 2001 team was John Schneider's team. He takes over for the Toronto Blue Jays for Charlie Montoya. Former Chatham A's celebrate, the current Chatham A's do not. A 7-3 loss to the Hyannis Harbor Hawks. It's time for a post-game interview. Ian Unsworth is Diamond Side with a Chatham A following Chatham's 7-3 loss to Hyannis. Ian, take it away.
It's the Anglers Extra Post-Game Show. Ian Unsworth, Diamond Side at Veterans Field. Chatham falls to Hyannis 7-3. I'm joined by Chatham first baseman and right fielder today, Caden Grice. Tough one. What was Tom's message after the game?
Well, the message was mainly to the pitchers, telling them that we have to do a better job of holding runners on. And, I mean, he's right. Like, got to control the run game, because if someone gets walked or hit a single and they steal the base, they're automatically in scoring position. It just makes it that much harder to defend.
Pitchers did have trouble. Hyannis with 4 stolen bases today, but you yourself had a nice day at the plate. A ball hit to the deepest part of Veterans Field, 395 off the bat. What'd you see at the plate in that at-bat?
Oh, man. Well, he threw me a fastball and I fouled it off, and I thought I saw it really well. And I saw he shook a pitch, so I figured he was coming back to it, thinking he was going to surprise me by throwing it again, and I was ready for it, and it was all over it.
You saw it well at the plate, but the fog rolled in, and oh boy, we didn't see things that well from the broadcast booth. How was your visibility in right field?
It got to the point where I couldn't even see ground balls off the bat, and I would turn around and I could barely see the people on the hill back there. So it was pretty bad, but I mean, we battled through it and just kept going, and I'm glad they at least gave us a chance to put ourselves in a position to win.
Yeah, after yesterday, you don't want 2 canceled on you in a row.
No, yesterday, I think we had that game in the bag, 100%. But, I mean, that's just how it is. That's just how it is, I guess. So we just got to come back tomorrow ready to go on the road.
2 tough ones going forward, and you got a long road trip to Bourne. How does the team get ready for a long bus ride before a contest?
Just go home, get some sleep, eat something good, and just come out with a lot of energy tomorrow.
Caden Grice, a good nice day today. 2 base knocks, a home run to the deepest part of Veterans Field. Caden, thanks for your time.
Thanks for having me.
We'll give it back to Joe Puccio to wrap up the Anglers Extra postgame show.
2 hits and 2 walks for Caden Grice today, including that home run that Ian mentioned in the top of the 4th inning. Let's get to that and more with the highlights here in the Anglers Extra postgame show. Starting in the top of the 1st, leadoff hitter Mitch Jebb got on with a walk. He stole second base and got ready to steal third. Martin looks towards second, takes 2 glances, goes home. Runner goes. Rubenstein throws down to third. It goes into left field. Base runner runs into Castagnazzi. Garibay throws it all the way home. Not in time. Mitch Jebb stole third base. The baseball trickled into left field. Mitch Jebb scored on the overthrow. 1-0 Hyannis in the top of the 1st. That wouldn't be the only error in today's ballgame, but the first run came across on an error. Let's shift up towards the bottom of the 3rd inning. Chatham had some offensive life, starting off with Jack Rubenstein. He had a leadoff single. Then Guy Garibay came up, had a single of his own. Marcus Brown squared around with a sacrifice bunt, and that brought up Rock Riggio. Corners in for Rock Riggio. First pitch, check swing, ground ball to short. Throw over to first, gets Rock Riggio, and brings home Jack Rubenstein. Well, not sure if Rock Riggio intended to hit that baseball, but he gets an RBI. Game's tied up at 1 in the bottom of the 3rd. Garibay moves to third. An obscure hit from Rock Riggio. A check swing that dribbled to the left side of the infield. Riggio didn't beat out the throw, but brought home the run. So that's a tie ball game. 1-1 through 3. Top of the 4th, pretty routine for Chatham. Chenewell came up, grounded out to second. Cole McConnell walked, but then 2 strikeouts from Trevor Martin ended that. In the bottom of the 4th, Caden Grice was the leadoff hitter.
A 1 pitch. Grice strokes it. Deep center field. McConnell heads back. He's at the fence. It's gone! Caden Grice goes to the deepest part of the ballpark. A solo home run makes it 2-1 Chatham in the bottom of the 4th. Grice's 4th of the season gives him the team lead.
Not only gave him the team lead for home runs, but gave his team the lead. A 2-1 advantage for Chatham through 4 innings. In the top of the 5th inning, it started to unravel. The first batter was Jorge Corona. He got on with a single, and then Rocco Pepe squared around a bunt, thinking he would just get on first base.
Here's Rocco Pepe, first pitch. Pepe squares, bunts it down the third base side. Martin barehands, fires to first, over Ledford's head to the right field wall. Corona around third, he's going to score, and Rocco Pepe's all the way to third. He's going home, throwing to Riggio, who fires to the plate, it's wide. Pepe slides in safe with a Little League home run.
I mean, Ian Unsworth's voice told the whole story. An obscure play brought home 2 runs that gave Hyannis the lead, a 3-2 advantage in the 5th inning. The Harbor Hawks would score 4 runs in that half, make it 5-2. That's right, 5-2. So then in the bottom of the 5th inning, actually, let's move up a little bit closer. This is Cole McConnell in the top of the 5th inning, continuing Hyannis' torrent offense.
Infield back, pitch. Breaking ball hit to the right side, into the outfield, a base knock. 1 runner scores. Nishida comes in, no throw to the plate. 2 RBI single for Cole McConnell makes it 5-2 Hyannis. The Harbor Hawks offense, all about small ball, is getting the Anglers by a million paper cuts.
Oh, a million paper cuts for sure. So that's how Hyannis got the 4 runs in that half inning and got the lead that the Harbor Hawks never gave up. Fast forward through a few half innings. Chatham had the bases loaded in the bottom of the 5th inning. Matt Hogan struck out swinging, so only 1 run came across to score. That made it 5-3 through 5 full. Hyannis scored in the top of the 6th inning. Chatham didn't score for the rest of the game. We now go to the top of the 7th, and Cole McConnell pretty much put the nail in the coffin.
It's his Cape League debut. Pitch. Ground ball right side. Ledford fields. It's his Cape infield back. Pitch. Breaking ball hit to the right side. Into the outfield, a base knock. 1 runner scores. Nishida comes in, no throw to the plate.
Well, we already listened to that highlight. So let's move forward in the top of the 8th inning. Some defensive plays for Chatham, finally having some life somewhat. The fog started to roll in the 6th inning. It was tough to see. The umpires met with the managers. They decided to keep on playing. So we move forward to the top of the 8th inning. Runners on 1st and 3rd, and a small ground ball to the right side brought home a play at the plate.
It's his Cape League debut. Pitch. Ground ball right side. Ledford fields backhand, throws home. Tag in time. Noah Ledford fired a strike to the knees of Nelson Rivera, and Chatham's catcher planted the tag on Cole McConnell's left shoulder just before McConnell slapped home plate.
The last real exciting moment of the game right there. Noah Ledford with a web gem play over at first base. 7th inning, Hyannis puts a run across. Bottom of the 7th, again, no response. It was a 1-2-3 inning. Chatham was struck out 3 times in a row. No other scoring for the rest of the ball game. Chatham had a little bit of life in the bottom of the 9th, however. Caden Grice had a 2-out single. Anthony Nunez had a double that was lost in the Chatham bullpen down the left field line. And Lyle Miller-Green came in as Chatham's last hope, a pinch hitter off the bench. Lyle Miller-Green stands in at the right-handed batter's box. Takes 1 practice cut. Rhodes hands at the belt, lifts his leg, fires. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Ball game over. 3 errors for Chatham defensively occur in the 1st, 5th, and 6th. 1 error in each half inning, respectively. Hyannis puts up a 4 spot in the top of the 5th inning and propels itself to a 7-3 win over Chatham. Those are the highlights presented by the Chatham Athletic Association. Joe Puccio here on the Anglers Extra postgame show, joined once again by Ian Unsworth. Ian, the final lines for today. Hyannis with 7 runs on 8 hits, 1 error, and 10 men left stranded. For Chatham, 3 runs on 8 hits. Those 3 errors that played crucial, and 10 runners left on base. The A's fall. It's a 6-15-7 on the season.
It's not a good day for the A's defensively. Losing pitcher Trevor Martin on 4 innings, 3 runs, none of them earned. A very tough way to go for Martin, who struck out 5 and walked 1, and allowed 3 hits. Jackson Baumeister is the winning pitcher, who gave up 2 earned runs in 4 innings on 3 hits and 3 walks. Struck out 6. Chatham's team struck out 14 times.
Ian, did you catch any of Tom Holliday's message postgame?
He wanted the pitchers to keep runners on base. Hyannis stole 4 bases today, and it's the pitching staff that has to take the blame for these last couple of losses.
Pitching, errors, defense as a whole. Certainly something that Tom Holliday looks to improve. Chatham's back at it tomorrow in Bourne. 6 p.m. first pitch at Durham Park. Join us for the Anglers Extra pregame show at 5:40. For Ian Unsworth, I'm Joe Puccio. We'll see you tomorrow.
Chatham Anglers Baseball 2022 has been brought to you by the Chatham Squire, Sweet Tomatoes Pizza, the Red Nun Bar and Grill, Short and Sweet Ice Cream, Cape Cod 5, Audio Associates, the Chatham Bars Inn, and by the Chatham Athletic Association.
Chatham-based baseball, sports radio, play-by-play, summertime on Cape Cod.
This has been an exclusive presentation of Chatham A's Baseball on TRZ Team Line.
Chatham on TRZ.